guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Senate has voted against legislation that would require President Trump to get congressional approval for U.S. military action against Venezuela. The resolution failed 49 to 51. Thursday's vote follows more than a dozen strikes against alleged drug trafficking boats. Cancellation numbers are growing as the FAA reduces flights due to the government shutdown. Southwest and American Airlines have announced they're cutting about 4% of their flight schedule for Friday. Southwest Airlines say they're proactively canceling 120 of Friday's flights and says it expects to cancel fewer than 100 flights on Saturday. President Trump says he's reached a deal to lower weight loss drug prices for Americans. Speaking from the White House on Thursday, Trump said the price of weight loss drugs could be available for as little as $149 a month. That's compared to today's price of $1,000 a month. The deal is part of Trump's favored nation drug plan, where U.S. residents would pay the same as other countries for the same drugs. Secretary of Health and Human Services RFK Jr.
What about the people in urban areas who live in food deserts and are suffering from obesity and are locked into that system where they can only get ultra-processed foods, which are aggravating the problem? This will be a lifesaver to them. It's not a panacea. It's not a silver bullet. President Trump has also instructed us to address and end the root causes of chronic disease, and we're doing that. We're about to release dietary guidelines that are going to change the food culture in this country. They're going to change the kind of food the military gets. They're going to change the kind of food that our children get. We're releasing those in December.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is reportedly announcing Friday that she's going after Democrat Kathy Hochul and running for governor of New York.
If those reports are true, Stefanik will become the first big Republican name in next year's governor's race. She may not be the last. NASA executive Bruce Blakeman's stock is rising after his re-election win Tuesday. Incumbent Governor Kathy Hochul is running again. The Democrat is facing a primary from her current lieutenant governor, Antonio Delgado. Andrew Whitman.
Apple has $1 billion in their pocket, just burning a hole. Matt Mattinson has more.
A new report says Apple is prepared to pay Google $1 billion a year to power Siri. Bloomberg says the deal will utilize a custom version of Gemini AI to power an overhaul of Siri. It's a recognition that Apple must rely on competitors like Google when it comes to AI.
UPS has identified 3 crew members who were killed in the crash of Flight 2976 at the Louisville Airport. Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and International Relief Officer Captain Dana Diamond. On Tuesday, their jet crashed, killing at least 12 people that we know of. UPS Executive Vice President Nando Chesharon.
I want to first express my deep sorrow for this heartbreaking event and stress that our current focus is on the needs of all of those affected.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty then, cue the microphone and away we go. What do you say? Let's roll into a new day, aka a Friday. All right, here come the weekend.
What's on tap? Yeah, we'll break it down for you. Well, no Major League Baseball. That's done. Hey, we got college football. Little NFL action. NASCAR season's over. Hey, but hockey fans, your season's winding up. All right, little change of pace. It's beginning to feel more like hockey weather. Thanks to Mother Nature and maybe a little taste of old man winter. Yeah, get ready to break out the long johns if you haven't yet. We'll break it down for you. First things first, though, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Oh, my monitor says rainy days ahead. Yeah, boy. Yeah, rainy days. Well, that's going to be ushering in the cooler temperatures. Hey, the big picture, it's a fairly quiet night. We have yet another disturbance moving through the north-central USA. Starting with International Falls. You're right there at the transition zone. Rain changing over to some snow. Yeah, we see southern Canada from Winnipeg to Regina. And they're in Saskatchewan. We got some snow falling tonight. Yeah, mostly on the lighter side, but rain from International Falls to Duluth. Spottier showers, scattered showers down through the heart of Minnesota tonight. And some lighter rain on down into eastern Iowa, northwest portions of Illinois. Pretty much quiet along the eastern seaboard. Looks like there may be a few lingering showers, misty conditions there in the zone between New York City and Washington, D.C. We've watched the proverbial train of storms impacting the Pacific Northwest over the past entire week. This final system that's still bringing some light rain to northern California, the bulk of the precip is from northwest Oregon through the heart of Washington state, and we're seeing a bit of mixed precipitation in north central and northwest Washington as well, a few flakes of snow. You're finally going to see a little bit of a break in the action when this storm finally pushes on through. But get ready, the most significant outbreak of cold since last spring is going to be unfolding across much of the eastern U.S. from this weekend into early next week, bringing freezes to parts of the south, the first snows of the season to parts of the north. First wave of cold air arrives behind a fast-moving storm. This is actually what they call an Alberta Clipper, originating from southwest Canada. Behind that storm, the cold air begins to surge southward across the plains and the Mississippi Valley this weekend. The cold air is going to roll out of central Canada into the weekend and get another boost from a strengthening dip in the jet stream that's expected to develop by early next week. Wind chills, where it's windy, temperatures falling 10 to 20 degrees or more below the actual air temperature. With those conditions, AccuWeather says wind chills are going to be into the single digits across parts of the northern plains and the northeast. 30s and 40s during the day, even in the southeast. Some of the biggest abnormalities during this cold outbreak is going to be centered over the southeast and the Tennessee Valley by the time we get to Monday, where temperatures are going to be ranging from 15 to 25 below average. For example, in Atlanta, come Monday, high temperatures are forecast to be in the mid-40s. That's more than 20 below average for mid-November, 10 below what's more common for even January. Chicago, you're going to experience a couple of days with high temperatures only in the 30s for Sunday and Monday. Even on the Atlantic coast, where the cold air often struggles to settle in during the late fall and early winter. Highs in New York City, only in the 40s come Tuesday of next week. Most areas in, say, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, have only experienced some brief periods of cold, lowest temperatures near or above freezing so far this fall. This is going to be a sharp contrast to Sunday and Monday. High temperatures may only be in the 40s and 50s. Overnight lows, we're talking teens and 20s. Now, this is going to be it for the growing season for areas that have yet to experience a hard freeze this fall, stretching from parts of the plains to the Midwest, the Northeast, and even the Southeast. Residents are being urged to get ready for the cold. Protect that outdoor plumbing, the irrigation systems, if you haven't yet winterized them. Time to cover those outdoor spigots, right? Maybe cut off the water flow in parts of the southeastern USA. Meanwhile, I was gandering toward the heavens as I'm watching the headlines. A possibility of the northern lights being seen in parts of the U.S. tonight. Sky watchers across parts of the country may be treated to a rare display. And this could extend possibly even into the weekend. Yeah, they're talking the best opportunity to see the northern lights since early September. Some recent solar activity setting the stage for the colorful display. Earlier this week, the sun unleashed several powerful eruptions, solar flares launching bursts of charged particles hurtling through space. When those, of course, collide with the Earth's magnetic field, they trigger geomagnetic storms that can turn colorful auroras dancing in the skies. The northern lights indeed danced across parts of the far northern U.S. Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Could be even a better show, they tell us, here Thursday night into Friday, offering the best opportunity in months for many sky watchers. The Storm Weather Prediction Center has a strong geomagnetic storm watch in place, which translates to people as far south as parts of Pennsylvania, Wyoming, Missouri, Oregon, may be able to see a green or maybe a red glow over the northern horizon. People even further south may be able to capture some images with the help of long exposure photography. Obviously, clouds will be a concern, especially across the Northwest and in the Rockies, as well as parts of the Midwest. Some clouds in the forecast across the Northeast. Maybe enough breaks for people to occasionally view the sky. Where the aurora does appear may not be as vibrant as past displays. We've got a lot of moonlight, right? The biggest supermoon of the year earlier this week continues to shine very brightly overhead. That intense moonlight could outshine the aurora, making it more difficult to see. Experts recommend, if you're going to get out there, allow like 15 minutes for the eyes to adjust to the darkness. Avoid looking at bright light sources like the moon or even your phone screen. But once your eyes adapt, it could be easier to spot that faint glow of the aurora when it actually appears. So there you go. We've got a little bit of cloud cover outside the bunker, way too much light pollution from all the city and community lights for this region. But if you can find yourself a dark place away from the light pollution, give it a shot, right? So who we have checking in out of the box? Larry was first on board here this Thursday night, Friday morning. Good afternoon. Hammer down 39 degrees, Platkill, New York. Round number 4 to Schenectady tonight. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. And we're going to reload for Monday. Enjoy your weekend, Larry. Hello, Gary. Morning, Steve. All the overnight crew on the schedule for Friday. There you go. Mary Ann saying hello to all the listening friends out there. Hi, Mary Ann. Country Bumpkin. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Jeffrey on board, checking in from Southern Florida. Hello, Steve and the Overnight family. Kevin checks in. Michael, good morning, all. We're peeking in from the oil pads of Carroll County, Ohio. Got one more run of crude condensate oil Couple more hours, and then it's off to the home 20. Everybody have a great day and a great weekend. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Good morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hello to Gary, Jeff, and all those who show up later in the program. Gilligan is on board. What do we have? Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. TGIF. You know, toes go in first. Here we are atop Christiansburg Mountain. A cool 40 degrees tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Jerry, good Friday, my friends. Waiting to hear another Steve Sommers Overnight Drive brought to us by Hot Shot Secret. Be safe out there. Continue doing what you love and tell them you love them every chance you get. The Beach Bum checks in here. Hello, Beach Bum. It's a cool 62 degrees, Crystal River, Florida. Hey, I want to shout out to Cap and Ron, and I'm curious, can you even find a U-Haul truck to rent in New York City right about now? Good question there. Beach Bum, I've got some updates on that we'll delve into this early Friday morning. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Joe, morning, Steve, all the overnight crew, 44 here in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Enjoy your weekend. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 52 degrees under cloudy skies at Ames, Iowa. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck, loaded like a freight train, pointed south at the high rate of speed for the land of Oz. Then we'll be headed for the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. I'll give my hot blonde wife a kiss, and then I'll be leaving Sunday, headed for Amarillo, Texas. We'll be working the 30th annual WRCA Ranch Rodeo Finals. It's described as the greatest show on dirt. How about a special one-night-only shout-out to the Horse Feathers from the Corn Patch? All right, there's Hillbilly. See, at the home 20, heading up to Columbus later in the morning, deliver and pick up, and then back to the Horse Cave turnaround. I know everybody's been following the UPS crash there in Louisville. I go by the airport every day. As tragic as it was, it could have been so much worse if he was taken off the other way. It would have crashed at the I-65-264 junction during what was rush hour. Either way, prayers for the families affected there, and many thanks to all the emergency personnel that have helped out with the fires, doing what they do. Hope you have a great weekend. Good show there, Steve. Everybody be safe. Keep the greasy side down, as they say. Yes, indeed. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Friday, hump day, I don't know. 20 days till Thanksgiving, though. Can you believe that? 48 days till Christmas. Hey, are you looking forward to spring already, Eskimo Mom? 133 days till spring. All right, finishing up a drop and hook at my store, then we'll head back northeast to the yard. Got a clear moonlit night, 52 in Owensboro, Kentucky. All right, be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. All right, it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We're talking about the cool temperatures dipping well into the southeastern USA. Get ready for even folks in Florida. Very cool temperatures. I'm looking at one of the forecasters there, Brooks Garner, this past day. Here, I guess it's the first opportunity of the new season, the winter season, coming up early next week. Heads up, literally, as our rare early winter blast next week will bring temperatures cold enough for the falling iguanas and the large lizards falling right out of the trees. They're not dead, they're just temporarily stunned. So don't try to play lizard paramedic. But they're showing that would be again, Tuesday morning, Monday night into Tuesday morning. Overnight lows are 37 in Ocala, Florida, 39 for Orlando, 43 in Melbourne. Sebring, Florida, forecast to dip down to 41 degrees. Then you got areas from Fort Myers on the west side to West Palm Beach. 41 in Fort Myers, 46 the low there in West Palm Beach. In those 40-degree temperatures, it says the iguanas become stunned. Anything below 45. So those areas below 45, they may fall out of the trees. They're not dead. Further south, dropping all the way down to 53 in Miami, they say. The iguanas will be very slow, but they'll still be animated. Watch for falling lizards there. Cap and Ron, hey there.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week, Monday.
Make it official, yeah.
So, yeah, can't you just take them in the house and warm them up for a little while?
You try that and tell me how it works.
Yeah, I heard that's not too good of an idea.
You ever been tail whipped by one of those big ones?
No, I haven't. They're pretty plentiful down there around Miami, from what I hear.
Oh yeah.
I haven't ever seen one in my neck of the woods. So I went the other day and got my hazmat renewed. Got to do it every 4 years for Florida.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost $200. But then I got an email yesterday from my boss, and she got a email from her boss saying that my information wasn't correct in the clearinghouse. Didn't match my driver's license. But what Florida does, well, what they started doing is they gave me a new driver's license number with my new CDL. They said it's a new Homeland Security measure to change our driver's license number. Now, this is the first time that I've had my driver's license changed like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was. So if I've got my driver's license attached to anything, now I've got to figure out what all happens and have that mess to clean up. But what a hassle. I don't know. It's a lot of work, I guess.
You gotta love the government.
So, yeah,
anything they dip their hands in,
I know.
They screw it up.
Of course. But I don't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, yeah, it might be my restaurant tour Monday. I don't know if I'll do it or not. I can't eat that much anymore.
Oh, that's right.
Probably from the Ozempic
it's
shot.
The Veterans Day coming up. I forgot about that.
That's right. Yeah. So I don't know if I'll be doing that this year or not. But anyway, a special shout out to Donut Man. He stay hidden all week. He's on a different route, so I don't get to blow his doors off anymore. And Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster Donut Man. And go blue.
All right.
I thank you for taking my call.
I thank you for making it official. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Right? Monday. Hey, we'll get a news break here. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Senate has voted against legislation that would require President Trump to get congressional approval for U.S. military action against Venezuela. The resolution failed 49-51. Thursday's vote follows more than a dozen strikes against alleged drug trafficking boats. Cancellation numbers are growing as the FAA reduces flights due to the government shutdown. Southwest and American Airlines have announced they're cutting about 4% of their flight schedule for Friday. President Trump says he's reached a deal to lower weight loss drug prices for Americans. Speaking from the White House on Thursday, Trump said the price of weight loss drugs could be available for as little as $149 a month. That's compared to today's price of $1,000 a month. The deal is part of Trump's favored nation drug plan. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tell360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. Ready or not, here comes the weekend. All right, I know you got to get through Friday first. You got to get through the greatest day of the week first. But then we'll roll into week number 11 on the college football schedule. In other words, we start making our way down the home stretch. It's a 15-week schedule, I believe, when all is said and done. So we welcome the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, a Grump. Welcome aboard, gentlemen.
Howdy, howdy.
How you doing there, buddy?
Happy Friday.
Yeah. I'm sitting here in a line of about 100 trucks trying to get into this damn food warehouse, so wow. I think I got plenty of time. Yeah, this place. This will probably be my last trip down here. I can hardly stand this place. But, hey.
I'm sitting there in the comfort and confinement of my garage.
The man cave.
You know.
Yes, sir. Well, I come out here and do all my football picks and go over the rankings and try to get my mind wrapped around who it is I want to get, and I still ain't decided who. I think I'm just going to go by the seat of my pants tonight, see who Grump's picking, and I may try to throw some upsets in there. I know there's a couple of trap games going on this weekend.
Yeah.
And one of them is Georgia and Mississippi State. And Georgia, that's a trap game for them. So, we'll see who I'm going to pick.
Well, we got, I guess on the ranked teams, we got Memphis and Tulane playing. They're playing at Memphis today, actually. Of course, I picked Memphis on this. They're 8-1. Tulane's 6-2. And Memphis has just been playing some good ball. I think they can pull this one off.
Well, Memphis has got to play like it's their last week. But I'm going to go with Tulane for the upset. That's a trap game for Memphis. So, there you go. I'm going to Tulane.
All righty. We got that one right off the bat there. We got BYU and Texas Tech.
BYU's 8-0. Texas Tech is 8-1. Man, that was a hard choice there. I went back and forth. But just looking at the red zone and how they score in the red zone, I'm looking at BYU on this. They're a little better in the red zone than Texas Tech is, and of course they got that tank they call a quarterback that he just puts his head down, plows through everything. So I'm going with BYU on this.
Well, this is BYU's ranked 7 in the college football playoff polls. Texas Tech is ranked number 8. Prediction 79% that Texas Tech's going to beat BYU. Of course, they're playing at Tech, so I'm going with Texas Tech.
Alrighty.
So
then we got George.
So this week you did get we've got our first, what do you call it, the BCS rankings, that came out on Tuesday. Were there any surprises there that you guys saw, or does it look like what you anticipated?
Pretty much what we kind of thought it was, but down at the bottom there, they had what was it, the top 25 there? Was it Ed? I can't remember.
Right, but let's just face it, like if it was going to be played this week, even though Oklahoma and Texas, I think, are 11 and 12, they wouldn't get into the playoffs because Memphis would. So that would knock one of them out. So, in Memphis, they said they was ranked, I believe, I wanted to say 21, but the Missouri's at 21 or 22.
22, so, I think is what Missouri's at.
So, but yeah, some of these teams have got to play like it's their last week. Now, you're going to see some teams like Michigan. I think they're a 7-2 team. I can't wait for them to line up against Ohio State because, which I know I'm getting ahead of our schedule, but their attitude, if we can't go, you ain't going to go. So that's going to be interesting. That's why some of these teams are going to be playing this weekend. So we'll see. We'll see.
Well, like he was talking, Georgia and Mississippi State here. Of course, I went with Georgia on this. But, man, I'll tell you what, Mississippi State does play decent at home. But Georgia's just been they've been working it. They've been pretty much a powerhouse here, so I'm kind of thinking that they can get by this one. But if they don't, it's going to knock them way down. So I went on ahead and went with Georgia on this one.
Well, no, we've got another disagreement. I'm going Mississippi State just for the fact, like you said, they've been playing real good at home. And I think they've got the offensive firepower. If Georgia goes in and plays like they did against Florida, I think Mississippi State will take them.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going with.
And then we got 7-1 Oregon and 6-2 Iowa playing in Iowa. And I went with Oregon on this one. I just I don't know. I've always Oregon's they've just been a damn good team, playing well. And they've lost one, but I think Iowa's just I don't know. It seems like they, even though they're 6-2, it just seems like when they start falling apart, they go. So I got to go with Oregon on this one.
Well, yeah, I'm real close to going with Iowa on this one because they might, they still got a slim chance of getting into the playoffs if they win out. But I don't think they got what it takes to beat Oregon. So I'm right there with you on that one.
My E-log is raising hell with me here. Then we got Indiana and Penn State. To me, that's a no-brainer. I'm going with Indiana on this. They just, man, they're tough. They are tough. That's going to be one hell of a game when they play Ohio. And I'm going to go with Indiana on that. Penn State, I think, is just they're done.
Yeah, they're done for the year. They're decimated. So yeah, I'm going with Indiana as well.
Then Ohio State and Purdue, of course, went with Ohio State 8-0 against 2-7 Purdue. So I think that's just going to be one of them scrimmage games. You know, to me, it's just I don't know. That's so far out of whack there. But Ohio State, God, they are just that is just a mean team, man. I mean, just watching them, they are brutal. So of course, 8-0. I'm going with Ohio State.
Yep, I'm right there with you. 97% that Ohio State's going to win that one. 3% for Purdue. Yeah, I ain't going to touch that. So I'm with you on Ohio State.
And we got Texas A&M, another brutal team, going against Missouri. Missouri's got a hell of a good defense, but their offense right now is out of whack. Their quarterback's down. They got a couple offensive players that's questionable, so they're going to have to put points on the board to beat Texas A&M. Texas A&M has got both offense and defense that is just in sync with each other. That's going to be I still think they're going to be a championship team between Ohio State and Texas A&M. But I think Ohio State can get by them. But on this one, Texas Tech, or Texas A&M, I got to go against Missouri on this.
Grump, I'm ashamed of you. I'm ashamed of you. I'm going with your Tigers, brother.
You going with the Tigers, really?
Yeah, I think that little quarterback, he seems to be doing all right. I think he's a freshman, but
yeah, he jumped over the 50-yard line.
That's all right. It's a trap game. It's a trap game. So I'm going with Mizzou.
Okay.
All right. And then we got Syracuse and Miami, 3-6. Miami 6-2. Miami was they're a ranked team, so and they do good. You know, I got to go with Miami on this. They you know, Syracuse can be a shocker. I mean, they can surprise you, but you know, just I think they surprised the hell out of Clemson, but you know, everybody else they've been kind of keen on. Miami it is. I got to go with Miami.
Yeah, I think Miami got the wake-up call last week.
Yep.
With SMU, so I'm going with Miami as well. Because there's still a percentage they might get in to the ACC. Depends on what happens with Georgia Tech and Memphis. I think Georgia Tech is off this week, so
yeah,
we'll see.
And we got Auburn 4-5, Vanderbilt 7-2. They're playing at Vandy. You know, they're in Nashville, so I'm going with Vanderbilt.
And I'm right there with you on that one. Auburn's year is over with. They're rebuilding, got a new temporary coach. They're uncertain about what direction they're going to be going, so it's Vanderbilt for me.
We just stayed with the ranked teams.
Right.
Is about all we're going to do. So we're only doing 12 teams. The rest of most of them there was a lot of them that were on a bye week. So we got let's see here, California 5-4, and we got Louisville 7-1. Louisville, that's another team right there. They're a shocker. They they can play some good ball when they want to. I went with Louisville on this.
I'm right there with you on that as well.
Mm.
Yeah, California ain't got what it takes to go against Louisville.
And then we got LSU and Alabama, 5-3, 7-1. LSU, that team. The thing with LSU, they just seem like they're trying to find themselves. I mean, they just everything that they're doing right now, it just seems like that they can't get out of their own way. I mean, 5-3 is not that bad of a record. Out of 8 games, losing 3. But Alabama, God, they're another team that just after that first loss, they said, "The hell with it, we're going to get our stuff together and and they've been just playing phenomenal. So Alabama it is, and they're playing at Alabama.
Yep, and I'm right there with you as well. I don't think LSU, they're firing their coach, and they're like Penn State and Auburn. They're in choppy waters, and right now they ain't got what it takes to beat Alabama. So I'm going to Alabama.
Yep. Navy 7-1, Notre Dame 6-2. Notre Dame is the lowest ranked team there is to be ranked as high as they are. They got a hell of a team. They really do. They lost 2 games, but I don't think they're going to have any problem at all getting past Navy on this. They're they're playing at Notre Dame, so right there's that extra touchdown right there just because they're playing at Notre Dame. They got a hyped up crowd, and they're ready to go. So Notre Dame it is.
Well, I got to tell you, Grump, I think this is a trap game for Notre Dame. I'm going to go with Navy, just for that very reason. So that's how many games will we apart here?
We're apart 5 out of 12. So
yeah. Yep.
Is it 5?
5 splits.
Yep. We've got a 5 split here. Yep. So we'll see how it is. I've got a couple of parlay bets going on some of these and kind of busted them up a little bit there. I've been doing pretty good on these bets and stuff. When you divide them up, I've had some pretty good runs there. So we'll see what happens. But hopefully we can get some maybe need some new shoes or something like that. But I don't know, man. Just looking at these games and stuff, what's coming up, it's just going to be a tough schedule for some of these teams. But Indiana, like I said, they're playing really good ball, but they're not playing anybody real tough. Once they get past Penn State, we'll see what happens when they'll have to play Ohio for the championship if they win out and Ohio wins out. And like I said, Ohio, I watched that game and I was thinking, damn, these dudes could be pro. I mean, everything they did was just right on. They just could not screw up. They were just everything just seemed like it was just clicking in their favor.
Too, this LSU game could be a trap game for Alabama because Alabama don't want to go in and get caught looking for next week, because next week they've got Oklahoma. Oklahoma's off this week. So if they don't stay focused on the task at hand, LSU could go in there and upset. But I think Alabama's going to stay focused, which is going to make that game next week with Alabama or Oklahoma is going to be because Oklahoma seems to have Alabama's number. It's like Michigan always seems to have Ohio State's number, but we ain't going to. We'll do a little more in-depth studying on that before we make that pick. And what we're going to do, Steve, once the playoffs start, we're going to do these picks up until the bowl season.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We're not going to pick anything during the bowl season because they're just so far and in between. And then we'll pick it back up in the playoffs and go in for the kill. Who's the better predictor, the prognosticator, or the analyst?
Righto.
Well, that's what we're going to go with. And like I say, the hammer that our analyst got over my head is the fact that Ohio State, he's got them picked to win the national championship. So my saving grace is going to be, which naturally, if they get into the national championship, I'm going to go against them. And if it's Texas A&M, then that could be my saving grace. Or at the end of the football season, I can be saying, Mr. Grunt, you beat my hind end. So.
I wouldn't count on that. It's well, you know, you do the picks that you make and stuff like that. You make. I think sometimes I look at too much of the stats and go back too far and things. Just pulling the trigger on some of those games. But
some of them, I try to leave. I leave personal feelings out of it. Trust me, I do. But I look at the emotional aspect of it as the other teams that are playing and where it's been played at. You know, because I think it's a proven point. You go into, it's just like Mississippi State. They're playing at home, and I always give that home team a touchdown. So Georgia's going in, they're already down 7 points. So they got to overcome that 7 points. So they got to put 14 on the board before they even pull ahead of Mississippi State. So that 14-point cushion gives me comfort in saying, okay, I think Mississippi State, if they get their offense fired up and going, can go in there and knock Georgia off. Which if they do, that's going to upset the apple cart as far as Georgia. Then it'll come down to Georgia. Let's say Alabama gets past Oklahoma. Well, I think they still got to play Georgia, and it's going to get interesting. I mean, these playoff teams right now are not etched in stone, and it before we actually know who's going to be in the playoffs. Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
There always seems to be some upsets right there toward the tail end of the season. You know, it's like, boy, I didn't see that coming.
Right. And I don't think Cincinnati is completely out of the picture either. I really don't. But they still got to face off with BYU. But we'll wait and see. I think they're off this weekend too.
They are
licking the wound from the ass kicking.
Yep.
So, but all I know, go ahead, Joe.
Well, the last couple games that Mississippi State's lost, they lost at home, and when
they played so close here, was it LSU?
They played Arkansas last week. They played Arkansas, and that was 3-point difference on that. Mississippi State won by that field goal, but Texas won. They worked them over pretty fair. They 45-38, and they played at home on that one. Then of course Florida jumped right on them and beat them down in Florida, and then Texas A&M just destroyed them 31-9. And then Tennessee, of course, they won them. Beat them at home. Mississippi State 34 there at the house, and Tennessee come in and beat it by a touchdown. And from there it's just been kind of back and forth. They played really really well, but the teams that they beat, they beat bad. Hella, I think Knob Noster, Missouri could have beat some of these teams. They just don't play football worth of crap. There's no way in the world that they're going to be a ranked team. And I went back over that and I thought, man, the way Florida, played and Florida has been off their game, period. We know that. They've been out of their, I guess you could say their comfort zone. And, they usually play a hell of a lot better than what they've been, but they're still, when they play, they play. That's just the way it is. No team has really went in and just beat Florida really bad. That hasn't been the case here. And Mississippi State, like I said, Georgia, I just don't see it. I think Georgia's playing for a championship, and they're going in there and just going to, I think all these teams that are ranked like Georgia is it's just going to be a slobber knocker with them people. They just want to play ball, and but
it's like I'm telling you that some of these teams can. Okay, if I ain't going, you ain't going either. So they're not going to lay down and die. Matter of fact, you'll see them. You'll see them. It's just like Missouri, don't they? They're going to be playing their best ball.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
And Missouri's got to guard against looking. They got to take care of business at hand. Depends on how they play. And they've got Missouri's got Oklahoma after Texas A&M. I think.
Right.
Yeah, and
well, right there. If you have more, you can feel free to hang on through the news break. But otherwise, we got to take care of the business, as they say. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Senate is set to vote Friday on a pathway to end the government shutdown. There's talk of moderate Democrats coming to the aid of Republicans to get the country back to work, giving the votes needed to surpass the filibuster 60-vote threshold. But you can't fool Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. This old boy on Fox News Thursday evening says on the vote, it feels like this dog ain't gonna hunt.
Supposedly, we were told today at lunch that we're going to have a vote tomorrow and that the so-called moderate Democrats have come together and they're going to support us. I think they're still stamping their little feet. I don't believe they will support us. And I've never believed any of this stuff. Around here, it's not what you say, it's what you do that shows what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. I think we're going to be shut down at least 10 more days, maybe 2 weeks, maybe longer than that.
Government shutdown headaches continue. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says flights will be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday because of the impact of the government shutdown. The list of airports will be impacted are the big guys: LAX, New York LaGuardia, Chicago O'Hare, Phoenix Sky Harbor. Senator Ted Cruz, in his opinion, on Fox News.
We're seeing ground stops in L.A., in D.C., in Houston. Just a few days ago in Houston, Bush Airport, the line to get through TSA was 2.5 to 3 hours long. And as you know, today the FAA announced the 40 largest airports in America have a mandatory 10% reduction in traffic. That means 1 out of every 10 flights is going to be canceled.
We are America's news network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A regional federal judge is ordering the executive branch of government to pay full November SNAP benefits by tomorrow. The judge in Rhode Island said during Thursday's hearing that, quote, people have gone without for too long, end quote. Vice President J.D. Vance calls the ruling absurd.
It's an absurd ruling because you have a federal judge effectively telling us what we have to do in the midst of a Democrat government shutdown, which what we'd like to do is for the Democrats to open up the government. Of course, then we can fund SNAP, and we can also do a lot of other good things for the American people. But after 30 days of this thing, 40 days of this thing, you're going to start seeing very real travel delays. That's because the Democrat government shut down. You're going to start seeing SNAP benefits run out. That's because the Democrat government shut down. They should stop this charade and open up the government. That's what we want them to do. We've been asking them to do it for 40 days. It's time.
The annual Veterans Day tradition of placing flags at Riverside National Cemetery in California has been canceled because of politics.
Officials with Honoring Our Fallen, an Orange County-based organization, say it's due to the ongoing federal government shutdown, which has left the cemetery with limited staff. The Press Enterprise says the flag event, which features an honor guard ceremony and thousands of volunteers planting flags, had been set for this weekend. The flags would have been taken down Wednesday after Veterans Day. I'm Sharon Reardon.
In Vegas, Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We got a brand new day coming our way from time zone to time zone as we turn the page on the calendar. We're a full week into the month of November. November 7 already. Great to have you with us. Trust you've had a good week. Maybe looking forward to a little rest, relaxation, the weekend rolls in. Meanwhile, of course, in much of the eastern portions of the country, maybe that one final opportunity to get a check on the furnace. For those who have not yet had to fire up the furnace this fall, Millions of folks will be doing that this weekend and into early next week for sure. More on the cold that's incoming. Coming your way just ahead. All right, so thanks for hanging in there, gentlemen. Welcome back. The prognosticator and the analyst on a Friday.
Okay, let me give you a reason why I'm saying it's a trap game for Texas A&M. Okay, when you look at Missouri's game against Vanderbilt, they only lost 17-10. Now, I think that's when their quarterback got hurt. Am I correct? Grump?
Yes. Yep. They got
all right. So you take that into consideration, they're going to have a new offensive look. And since they're playing at Missouri, it's like I said, I give 7 points to Missouri automatically. All right? And we're going to see if my prognostication is right. Remember this when we call in Sunday night. Now, Missouri, and they have got the best defense in the SEC in terms of yards allowed. Their opponents they're giving up 245.75 yards a game, and they're real good about keeping these high-scoring offenses out of the end zone because of their defense. All right. So, with that being said, I think that they'll shut down that offensive machine of Texas A&M. Texas A&M going to have to beat them with the pass. I don't think that they can beat them rushing. So, with that being said, I think that's going to give so Texas A&M's got to overcome the 7-point spread that I'm already given for Missouri. So to win it, they're going to have to score 14 points. I got an idea it's going to come down to a darn field goal. And like I say, it depends on this new quarterback. But just based on their defensive performance throughout the year, that's why I'm going, it's a trap game, and I'm going to swing Missouri. And then hopefully that'll give Grump nightmares, knowing that he changed himself and went against his home team. So.
Yeah, the only problem I have with Missouri's defense is they are penalty prone. They've had a lot of pass interference penalties, things like that, trying to keep that ball out of the receiver's hands. Zollers, he's new. He's a young guy. I think like I said, he's a freshman, but he's I don't know. It's I look at Texas A&M and the matchup. It's going to be a defensive game for Missouri because I think their offense is beat up. They just coming off a bye week and they needed it pretty bad because they've been playing some ball. They've lost the last 2 games. It's just been just getting slapped around there pretty hard. I just look at Texas A&M and I think, man, these they're playing Ohio State level, as far as defense and offense both. They've just been working over some teams, and when you look at their scores that they beat, like LSU and some of these teams went by, and it's been up there, man. They have played some tight ball. Just keeping everything together, and it's when you look at Missouri right now, and this is something, their offense, they depended heavily on Prevula, and when he broke his leg, but he was starting to panic a little bit. If you notice what's lost a couple of games is some of the crazy throws that he did, a couple of interceptions there that the other team, Vanderbilt was one of them, was able to capitalize on. So was Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma. Who was the other one there that did that? Tennessee, was it? No, I can't remember. But anyway, they were able to capitalize on those, and I hope, I'm like I said, I'm rooting for Missouri, but I just think, when you look at it and you say who do you think's going to win, I think Texas A&M has the power, and I think they're just gonna, it's going to take every bit Missouri's defense can muster, and if they're going to stay on the field like that, they're going to be wore down, and that's just, Texas A&M, but they just capitalize on every little mistake that somebody makes. They seem like they capitalize on it, and that's how they do it. So that's
Missouri, they can't afford a whole lot of 3 and outs.
No,
they've got to get a lot of first downs to give that defense.
Yep.
You let them get buy that defense some rest. About first downs. That's what gives your defense a rest, Steve. In case you didn't know. You do a lot of 3 and outs, and your defense is going to get beat up profusely. So that's going to be the main big thing. We'll find out.
I didn't look too hard at the. I didn't look too hard at the at all the stats here. As far as the matchup is, Missouri. I just kind of looked at the fact that Prevula's out and a couple of other players there. I think they had one was it tight end or I can't remember, wide receiver. One of them. They're they got knocked out. They're pretty good. So they were kind of sluggish there too with that. So I don't know if they're going to have a good healthy team or what's going to happen there. But when you look at the points per game and stuff like that, Texas A&M they're running about 2 points over what Missouri is on the same amount of games played. And red zone efficiency is when you look at that, Texas A&M, man, they're 93.8%, while Missouri's 5 points down on that. And penalties, Missouri's had lower penalties, but they all been pretty much on the damn defense. They've got about 40 penalties right now, and Texas is they're just impressive. They are just impressive. I mean
but where Missouri really shines is in the red zone, keeping that opponent out. Now, Grump, I am a nice guy. I will give you a chance to, right here on the Overnight Drive radio, in this particular game, I will have mercy on you and let you make a switch right now.
No. I done opened my mouth. I done opened my mouth. So I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay right there with him.
That just calling me into picking Cincinnati. Steve, don't listen to Steve. Did you say no, Steve?
No, not at all.
Huh?
Yeah.
Steve's wanting you to stomp a mud hole in me. I know what Steve's wanting.
Stick to your
guns. Rub my nose in it.
Stick to your guns, your instinct.
Well, all right. Come Sunday night. Go ahead, Grump.
Texas A&M's, they're lower on their percentage of field goals and stuff, and Missouri's got, they got a 55 for a long right now, and Texas A&M's got a 49. But the percentage of them of extra points and things, Texas A&M's 97.4, and Missouri's about 93.8. So it's, they punting yards and everything like that. Missouri's been getting the ball out a little bit faster, a little more hang time and stuff. So it's going to be a good game. It really is. But you got to look too at the average return on the punts. Special teams.
I
Texas A&M. Yeah, that's 19.5. And Missouri's 9. So it's. I think. I got to stay with Texas A&M on this. As bad as I hate to, man. I just think that Missouri's busted up, and they got their quarterback's down. The team is just. I don't know. They need to lift. If they beat Texas A&M, I'd be happy as hell. But if they don't, hey, that's just the way it is. I guess. I'll. We'll go from there. But, yep.
Take your lump.
Take my lumps, man. Been taking them all year. I'm 7 games down, ain't I? Or what?
Yeah. So you're 7 games down, and either I'm gonna creep some more ahead of you, or we're gonna get back in there nose to nose grindstone.
Yep.
So come Sunday night, Steve. We're gonna find out When I say I may not know it all, but I know my football. With that, I'm going to check out of here, and you gentlemen be safe. Thank you, Steve, for allowing us to do what we do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. The prognosticator of prognosticators. And the grump, Mr. Analyst.
And I got a check-in here, so I'll be dropping off too, buddy.
Have a great morning. Have a good weekend. If we don't talk to you before, definitely talk to you Monday night. So, yep, I mentioned, do that final furnace check. Yeah, this is the time of year when all these millions of people do indeed have to fire up the furnace for the first time since last winter, only to find out, it's almost like those Christmas lights you take off the Christmas tree. They were all working when we put the tree back in the attic. Now we put the tree up, and half the damn lights don't work. Millions of people find out there's something amiss the first time they fire up the furnace for the new season. Best to get it checked in advance. The coldest air of the season is going to be plunging into the Midwest and the interior Northeast this weekend, bringing rounds of snow and an early reminder of hazardous winter travel conditions, maybe coating some roads with slush. An early reminder of winter conditions. From Saturday through early Tuesday, periods of snow may coat roads with slush. Localized travel disruptions, especially during the overnight and early morning hours. This is going to be the first widespread wintry event for many areas. This cold spell is due to a significant shift in the jet stream. By early next week, first we have the Alberta Clipper moving southeastward out of Canada alongside the advancing cold air, which is bringing a swath of accumulating snow from portions of South Dakota, Michigan, southern Ontario, and Quebec. That's Saturday to Sunday. Accumulations from maybe a small amount of slush on grassy surfaces where the snow is intermittent to a few inches where the snow falls heavily. Little or no accumulation along the Chicago lakefront and in downtown Detroit. However, outlying areas where temperatures are slightly lower, untreated roads may be slippery. Should the snow fall heavier for a few hours, we could see widespread slippery conditions unfolding at either location. But as the Clipper storm turns the corner and shifts northward over eastern Canada, some of the heaviest snow is going to fall on areas from central Ontario to southern Quebec. Accumulation may ramp up quickly just north of Toronto and Montreal, with several inches to as much as a foot possible this weekend. Look out. Now, this Clipper's not the only system that will bring some accumulations in the coming days. After that big dip in the jet stream, the door for cold air is going to expand across the east from Sunday night to Tuesday morning. That cold air over the warm waters of the Great Lakes will lead to lines of snow showers or lake-effect snows that will extend well inland. Some precip may fall as rain, snow, kind of a mix, or wet snow that melts on contact with the ground, but where the bands persist or extend across multiple lakes, becoming more intense, we could see some locally heavy snow accumulation. Several inches forecast to accumulate in northwest Indiana and parts of the UP of Michigan. Along with the bands of lake-effect snow, the potential for briefly heavy snow squalls in portions of Ohio, Pennsylvania, western and central New York, and northern West Virginia by Monday. While most of that melts quickly on area roads, the sudden drop in visibility we see and the temporary slush can create dangerous conditions on the highways. Multiple vehicle pileups have occurred in the past under similar conditions with these fast-moving snow squalls. Now, even where snow doesn't accumulate, some heavy snow showers may cause airline delays. We'll be facing de-icing operations across the interior Northeast and the upper Midwest. No accumulating snow forecast for the I-95 corridor. There's a chance of a stray snow shower maybe in New York City, Philadelphia, or Washington, D.C. But as far as de-icing operations, airline delays, we're already going to be facing chaos for air travelers starting later today. Details forthcoming.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, and all over the country, travelers preparing for potential chaos ahead of widespread flight cancellations ordered by authorities due to the endless federal government shutdown. Starting today, I don't know exactly what hour, but starting Friday, airlines begin implementing a 10% reduction in flights in 40 high-traffic areas all over the country to comply with the Federal Aviation Administration's order to make on safety concerns. So we can start with more than 650 flights scheduled for today have already been preemptively canceled as of yesterday. The number increasing over the course of the day. American Airlines said in a statement they're reducing their flight schedules, amounting to 220 flights that will be canceled each day this goes on. Delta Airlines axing about 170 flights scheduled for today. Southwest Airlines nixing 100 flights. Yeah, this has left thousands. The shutdown has left tens of thousands of air traffic controllers, airport security staff, and others without pay, causing personnel shortages, as we know. Yesterday, more than 5,500 U.S. flights were delayed. There were 160 cancellations. Travelers facing long lines at security checkpoints. Major airports being impacted, with travelers at Boston and Newark Airport facing average delays of more than 2 hours. Chicago's O'Hare, Washington's Reagan National, lag times of more than an hour. Authorities say we have to act before an accident occurs. Yet we're not going to wait for a safety problem to truly manifest itself when the early indicators are telling us, we can take action now to prevent things from getting worse. Now, this, of course, as we're now entering the busiest travel time of the year, Thanksgiving just weeks away. Yeah, the new cancellations could affect thousands of flights every day. Flight reductions will begin at 4% today, then rising to 10%, according to various media outlets. But we're talking some of the busiest airports in the country, including the likes of Atlanta, Newark, Denver, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles. Implementing this order on short notice is a challenge for the airlines who operate these complex networks that rely on many moving parts and personnel. United and Delta, two of the largest carriers, have said they're complying with the order, but it would not affect their international routes. United added that hub-to-hub flying would also not be affected, indicating cancellations might hit more local routes. But federal agencies all over the country, grinding to a halt since the government shut down. From air traffic controllers to park rangers, still on enforced leave or working without pay, as I believe we're now having day number 38. There's a lot of high-stress aviation-related jobs, people that are calling in sick. And in some cases, according to the Transportation Secretary, picking up a second job, a side job to help pay the bills. According to the FAA administrator, this is unprecedented. I'm not aware in my 35-year history in the aviation market where we've had a situation where we're taking these kinds of measures. This is new territory as far as government shutdowns.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Senate has voted against legislation that would require President Trump to get congressional approval for U.S. military action against Venezuela. The resolution failed 49-51. Thursday's vote follows more than a dozen strikes against alleged drug trafficking boats. Cancellation numbers are growing as the FAA reduces flights due to the government shutdown. Southwest and American Airlines have announced they're cutting about 4% of their flight schedule for Friday. President Trump says he's reached a deal to lower weight loss drug prices for Americans. Speaking from the White House on Thursday, Trump said the price of weight loss drugs could be available for as little as $149 a month. That's compared to today's price of $1,000 a month. The deal is part of Trump's favored nation drug plan. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, couple of industry headlines. Got a few more parking spaces in Colorado. Love's Travel Centers opening a new store in Trinidad, Colorado. Now, this past day, Love's announcing the opening of the store along I-25 in Trinidad. About the typical Love's Travel Center size, over 11,000 square feet, 65 truck parking spaces. Arby's, Dunkin' Donuts, 6 diesel bays, 4 showers, laundry facilities, cat scale, dog park. All right, Love's continues to grow. Established in 1964, now operating 666 locations, covering some 42 states. And you can have your voice heard. The public can now have their say in this year's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award, given annually to a military veteran making the transition to a career in the trucking industry. This year's award is down to the final 3 finalists. Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, President of Hiring Our Heroes, says these finalists show how military experience translates to excellence in the trucking industry. Proud to honor their service and celebrate the role veterans play in keeping America moving. So your finalist, Charles Jones Jr., U.S. Army, driving for rail transport with over 20 years of service, served as an aircraft system operator, instructor operator, standards operator, and platoon sergeant. 3 combat deployments to Iraq, and 2 rotations to South Korea. Macy Mattis, driving for Melton Truck Lines, served in the Army from 2010 to 2018 as an 88M motor transport operator specializing in heavy equipment transportation. Today, she's a flatbed driver for Melton Truck Lines. And finalist number 3, Mark Shriven, U.S. Army, Stevens Transport, former staff sergeant, served 9 years as a Patriot missile operator and maintainer, earning multiple Army Achievement Medals and recognition as a combat lifesaver. So you can go online and make your pick. Voting remains open through November the 11th, just a few more days. The transportation industry not only embraces veterans-ready ethos, but actively integrates their skills and experience to the trucking industry. Of course, the prize, not too shabby. A new Kenworth T680 will be presented to the winner on December 12 at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C. Celebrating the accomplishments of this elite group is a special honor. Every year, we look forward to awarding the keys to the grand prize Kenworth T680 truck to this year's winner in D.C. The runner-up receives $10,000. The second runner-up will receive $5,000. So all 3 at least coming away with at least $5,000. But yeah, the brand new Kenworth T680, that's a life changer, right? Last evening, Eagle brought up, he was talking about turkey prices this year, how expensive it might be to sit down at the Thanksgiving dinner table. He said something about maybe $500 for a damn turkey now, which that got a laugh out of me. I said, I don't know, what are turkey prices? Well, they are up. Americans bracing to cough up more cash this year for our Thanksgiving feast, with one staple set to jump in price by about 25%. Experts warning shoppers you're going to have to search around if you're looking to score a bargain for turkey, as prices for the holiday birds soar, pushing the high prices. The bird flu outbreaks ravaging turkey populations, significantly reducing the number of turkeys raised. The turkey supply chain, they say, is highly stressed due to the avian flu. Of course, that first appeared back in 2022. It's the same thing that sparked the record high egg prices at various points in recent years. This has caused the turkey flock in the U.S. to plummet to its smallest size in nearly 4 decades, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. So sharp increase in prices for the Thanksgiving staple ahead of the holidays. Wholesale turkey prices have spiked by 75% since October of last year, up from 94 cents per pound at one point to $1.71 per pound last month. According to the Purdue University College of Agriculture, the analysts project the average retail cost will reach about $2.05 a pound this month for Thanksgiving. That's about 25% pricier than the same time last year. So that translates to a typical 15-pound turkey may run you about $31 this year. Okay, 844-844-3388. Send your heat wave on a Friday.
Good morning, senor. Well, I can tell you this much. The turkey prices at the local Walmart for, what the hell is that one? That's the biggest bunch. I can't even think of the name of the brand. Butterball. Butterball. 94 cents a pound.
Okay.
And the second, and the other competitor, which I guess ain't that it ain't better than Butterball, but it's a good brand. It's in a green and white bag, 89 cents a pound. So if it's coming, it ain't hit us yet, but from what it sounds like, it's coming. So I guess whenever I get back this weekend, I need to get 2 big birds.
Right.
Have one.
You know,
for,
a lot of times,
Yeah.
So your likes of your your Walmarts, some of the big retailers. I mean, the groceries. I mean, even like your Krogers and whatnot. Yeah, they'll actually sell their birds at a loss because they know if they get you in the store to buy your turkey, then you're going to buy all the sides to make the stuffing and the cranberries and everything else, and you're going to spend $150
Right.
when all is said and done.
Well, and plus they've got everything else you'd ever need, from gardening to,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's a one-stop shop there. You don't have to go to the mall. You're right there. You may not be getting mall stuff, but that's all right. So, yeah, well, tell you what, we're on our way to KCKS, and we're up here on 80. Skies are clear. It's cool. It's 38 degrees out here in the middle of Nebraska, but I had gone through some hellacious winds yesterday. I tried calling in, but those geographic anomalies, hills, and signals, they don't mix very well. But they had 55-mile-an-hour winds, and just outside of Laramie, heading west. And by the time I got to Sinclair, they finally died down somewhat. But this is a history year as far as calendars go. Every day matches. 1941, December 7th. We all know what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sunday, December 7th. Well, December 7th lands on a Sunday this year. I don't know how many people have realized that. Guys, I just figure it's another day in paradise, but whenever, many Christmas, I'm getting a bunch of people. All right, sorry. Because whenever I went in and got my vision test set up for another go around, it was December 8th, and I thought, well, that Monday, December 8th, and I thought, holy crap, Sunday, December 7th, a date that'll live in infamy. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and I don't know how many times in our lifetime that has actually happened. I'm sure it's happened more than once, but, you just don't realize it until you get older. I was like, wow, ain't that something? I understand there was a Dallas Cowboy football player running from the law, and they found him later dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was all about, but maybe he figured out he was playing on a suck-ass team, and he just didn't want to be a part of it anymore. I don't know. I mean, it's sad to make light of it, but obviously there's some serious issues going on in that locker room that needs to be addressed. And I think, for that matter, any team that has, that can see somebody not exactly playing up to par or acting a little off, they need to pull these people out and talk to them and counsel them. I mean, taking the coward's way out is not the way to go. If you're gonna, it's like I had said on their DC 4L group. I said, that what this team misses is grit, determination, and heart. And that ought to be the war cry of all these teams out there. You need to have grit, you need to have determination to see the game through, and you need to have heart to play your best. The grit, well, that just means you get out there and you fight for every yard for your team, or you fight for every yard against the other team. But you need to have heart as well. You need to be able to care for your players that are around you, and that goes for the higher ups. This year there's going to be 40 millionaires and a couple of billionaires watching the football game from the confines of their warm and cozy homes, because they're gummit porn star. I'll get to you when I can. Good night. So, anyways, they're going to be watching the playoffs and the Super Bowls. They keep playing the way they are, and I ain't real happy about that. But after 30 years since their last Super Bowl victory, you come to expect this kind of crap from someone who thought it was too easy, where he could lead the team. And I guess we're finding out that the owner really can't coach or pick them. So I caught the tail end of Grump and Big Ed's ideas about how Missouri and Texas A&M were gonna pan out. And as much as I'd like to say A&M is a number 3 team in the country, man, I'm still not sold on them. I really ain't. It's just, for all these years, it's kind of like Dallas Cowboys. They'll have a good team, and somehow in the end of the season, they'll mess it up, and they'll fall right out of the top 25, and it's like, you're just expecting disappointment. And this year is no different. Yeah, I'm glad they're 8-0. I'll be happy when they're 10-0 or 11-0, or even get to the championships. But I'm still going to have my doubts every game they play from now on till the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's just every year you get high hopes, and then someone gets the big head, and it expands to the other team members, thinking, they're just going to lay down for us because we're Texas A&M. And it just doesn't happen that way. I even put down on their board, they're saying, hey, we're so great. It's like, don't get the big head, guys.
Yep.
You still got a lot of games to play. And that's what usually happens. And I think this year Mike Elko has got the right mindset. Can't even think of that basketball coach that threw that chair out on the basketball, Bob Knight. Pulling the Bob Knight move by throwing that chair during the Notre Dame game. I think that got some of the kids' attention, but they need to stay laser focused. And like I said, as much as I'd hope A&M wins, I think this week might be their trap game. Now on the other side, University of New Mexico football, I'm pleasantly surprised. They're 6-3, and they finally qualified for a bowl game since 2016. And they really do have the chance to win out. And they're not going to be first, but they do have a chance to be right up in the top third of their Mountain West Conference. But I sure hope they get something better than a New Mexico Bowl invitation. It's nice to see the home team, but when you're trying to find the home team on our local television stations, you can't. I don't know why it is. They got a radio station that'll broadcast it, but you can't even find a home station that will have University of New Mexico football to watch. Oh, you can watch stuff from the Big Ten or Big 12 or the ACC or the SEC. And I'm wondering, what kind of confines are these television stations under? We got 4 of them. We got the ABC, NBC, CBS, and we also have Fox, local Fox News or television station. We can't watch UNM football. It's not like it's a blackout, because the only time they ever sold out this year was when they played Utah State. the former coach of the University of New Mexico Lobos. I want to call him Bo Schembechler, but that's not it. Anyways, you know, we really just do not have that big a following, and I don't know if the folks running the TV programs got a contract to get more lucrative games.
Well, yeah, but undoubtedly that's the case. I mean, if they got the opportunity to, you know, it's going to be the BCS, you know, the teams looking to get in the, you know, playoff action and all that good stuff. Drummer Girl sent me a little snapshot. She pulled up turkey prices. She's at turkey prices here in the Bethlehem, PA area. I'm not sure what the retailer is, but they've got, maybe that's Weiss, W-E-I-S. Is that a retailer, grocery store? Anyway, Weiss quality frozen turkeys running at $1.99 a pound. The young turkey that averages 16 to 18 pound, or the 22 to 24. $1.99 a pound. Butterballs are at $2.99 a pound. That's the little butterball turkeys, the whole turkey, $2.99 a pound. The turkey breast at $3.99 a pound. Butterball. Hey, we'll be back in the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, so we knew the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation there in Louisville had found the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. They've begun collecting other evidence with that unimaginable task of trying to determine the probable cause. They're saying they're going to be on the ground there in Louisville probably for at least a week. But they're trying to move as fast as possible so UPS can get back to full operation. Obviously, not only is this a company that moves freight, they're delivering life-saving drugs, postal products, food, supplements, you name it. Things that come through this hub every night. So we've been emphasizing making sure we gather every piece of perishable evidence in the most diligent way, but at the same time understanding that this investigation could slow down a lot of important products, not just for this company, but for Americans across the country and across the world, actually. We have to be cognizant of that. That's the reason we are working so diligently to try and do the mapping and collection of the debris that might hinder airport operations. Drones are being used to help identify and tag every piece of evidence at the airfield and the surrounding crash zone. The faster evidence can be collected, the sooner airport officials can reopen the west runway. They're right now functioning with a single available runway. They did say UPS yesterday morning canceled the daytime air sort for deferred cargo at the Worldport hub after closing down the express delivery option Tuesday night. Priority mail shipments probably going to be delayed in the coming days because UPS is the primary air cargo carrier for the U.S. Postal Service. They kind of provided a tick-tock of events leading up to the catastrophic crash of the MD-11 converted freighter. I think we broke most of that down last evening. I think they've restarted some of the overnight operations. We'll give you more coming up here. Roll it into a brand new day. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. UPS has identified the 3 crew members who were killed in the crash of Flight 2976 at the Louisville Airport Tuesday afternoon.
Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and International Relief Officer Captain Dana Diamond were operating the flight from Louisville to Honolulu when it crashed on takeoff. In a video statement, UPS Executive Vice President Nando Cesarone called it a tragic event.
This is an ongoing investigation, and we are cooperating with the National Transportation Safety Board. We will work tirelessly to understand the cause of this accident.
He says UPS has set up a Family Assistance Support Team helpline. I'm Paul Miles.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is warning Americans traffic is going to be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday because of the impact of the government shutdown. The list of airports, they're the big guys: LAX, New York LaGuardia, Chicago O'Hare, Phoenix Sky Harbor, and a total of 40. Duffy acknowledges not paying air traffic controllers is a big problem during a shutdown.
And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work.
More legal trouble for former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown. He's been extradited from Dubai to Miami to face an attempted murder charge stemming from a shooting back in May at a boxing event in the Sunshine State. A jury is awarding $10 million to the Virginia teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by a 6-year-old student back in 2023. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Tesla is announcing that shareholders voted to approve the biggest pay package in history for Chief Executive Officer Elon Musk. The package would be worth up to $1 trillion over 10 years if the company meets a list of benchmarks. Over 75% of the shareholders voted for the package as they gathered in person and virtually for their annual meeting. There's more information about how a massive car explosion that hurt 7 firefighters erupted in the Bronx, New York, Wednesday night.
Security video shows someone flicking a lit cigarette onto a sidewalk on Fox Street near Westchester Avenue in Longwood. Whipping winds propelled the cigarette onto a trash heap, which then ignited, spreading to multiple cars, triggering explosions and a 2-story high fireball. The FDNY says 7 firefighters were injured, with 3 still hospitalized.
They are expected to be okay. Serious burns, but non-life-threatening.
Authorities are looking for whoever tossed out that lit cigarette. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
It was on this day in 2014, Australian drummer of AC/DC, Phil Rudd, had a charge of attempting to arrange a murder dropped in New Zealand. But he still faced charges of drug possession and making threats to kill. He served 8 months of home detention after pleading guilty. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, another hour. Here we go. Underway, rolling into a Friday. Greatest day of the week, right? I did a quick check via space weather. And they had just updated over the last few hours, as predicted. A coronal mass ejection striking the Earth's magnetic field on November 7th, sparking a G3 geomagnetic storm in the hours ahead. That means a chance of mid-latitude auroras or northern lights. Another CME is expected to deliver a glancing blow on November the 8th, Saturday. And these CMEs are coming from sunspot 4274. Under the headline, "What's Wrong with This Sunspot?" They've got the photograph there, but the answer is it has a twisted magnetic field. Sunspot 4274 is emitting almost daily CMEs and strong solar flares. The reason may be found in the magnetic map from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. They say, note the distribution of the pulses, the pluses, the minuses. These are the magnetic poles of the sunspot, and they're arranged in an unusual way. According to Hale's law, the sunspot's magnetic poles should be oriented minus plus. That is negative on the left, positive on the right. In this case, they're twisted 90 degrees, positive on the top, negative on the bottom. That means sunspot 4274 is breaking the law. That twisted magnetic field is torqued, full of tension, and strong solar flares is how it tries to relax. NOAA forecasters say there's an 80% chance of M-class solar flares and a 35% chance of the most powerful X-class flares here on Friday, November the 7th. Could see more action from that sunspot. All right, UPS's night sort operations at the World Port Hub Louisville resumed Wednesday evening to enable next-day air deliveries, but the express carrier is relaxing delivery commitments for this past day to account for the ongoing delays. Our goal is to begin returning the network to a normal cadence with flights arriving. That was for Thursday, according to FreightWaves. After things had shut down Tuesday evening, and then, of course, through much of the Wednesday, we're committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. Deeply saddened by this horrible aircraft accident, and our first duty is to recover and victim support, of course. Authorities late Wednesday said 3 more bodies had been identified. The death toll is 12. All 3 crew members, obvious, were killed in that crash. We knew the engine fell off the plane, failed to gain the sufficient altitude, slamming into that industrial area. So not a whole lot of new info there, but the NTSB on the ground continuing to scour very systemically, looking for every piece of debris and evidence they can recover in the coming days. Horse feathers on a Friday. What's happening?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Casual Friday even. Remember, casual Friday doesn't mean drive naked. That's naked. Yeah, however they say that down in the South. Anyway, or I was supposed to do, hey, Becky, right? Isn't that? I think that's what. All right, we'll throw that out there. So it's Wise Markets.
Is that it? WEI's?
WEIS.
That is a
Wise,
grocery
yeah,
chain?
yeah.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, so it's Wise Markets. Yeah, anyway, so they're kind of prevalent out here in Pennsylvania. We have a few down in Maryland, and they go with the Giant. I don't know. So Wegmans has got some stores down in the area now. They've actually started to increase the number of stores they have in the area too. So we'll have to check on all those prices to see who's got the best deal, and as you said, who's gonna take a loss to get the customer in to buy all the other stuff at the high prices. So, anyways, so the report there you just had, on your news report there, they identified the 3 pilots from the UPS flight there, and there was a report that they had 4 jump seaters on that plane. Has there been any confirmation of that at all, or anything else on that?
Someone brought that up last evening, and no, I have not seen anything in regards to that. Nope.
Okay. Because I know when the first night there, when the reports were coming out, they mentioned that there was 3 pilots and then four jump seaters were riding. So anyways, I don't know. Let's see if we can get some confirmation on that original report. Let's see what else we got going. So I caught a thing from the Baltimore Sun, and from what they were saying, and is it FlightAware? Is that what it is that tracks the air flight and all that? So according to that source, that MD-11 had actually left Baltimore Washington International Airport earlier, like 8 hours earlier. So its previous flight in the air was from Baltimore to Louisville. So anyways, I guess if everything had come apart in Baltimore on its previous takeoff, I guess we could have had a disaster up here instead of down there. You just never know, And anyways, I don't know. We don't have a whole lot else. We're not going to see much of the aurora borealis there. We got clouds kind of setting in here a little bit like you do, and I don't know where you can kind of see some stars and stuff through. There's a lot of brightness from the moon and everything. So
right.
But I know the last time that we had this down here, we were actually able to photography it. You couldn't, you could use your phones and actually get photographs on your phone, as you said, with taking the long exposure, but it wasn't actually visible
to the naked eye. Yep.
But the phones could see it.
Yep.
The sky didn't look any different than anything for us, but the phones actually saw it. So that was kind of interesting that, it was really there, but you couldn't see it. It's kind of like if a tree falls in the woods 10 miles from anything around it, does it make a sound? I don't know. I have to look into that. Can you check that out for us? Can you go stand 10 miles away from a tree and have it fall and let us know if it does or doesn't make a sound?
Okay.
Report back later on that one, would you? Good thing it's Casual Friday. That's all I have to say. I might be letting Lauren Weiss down there for getting the shout out this morning there. I don't know. This call might not be going so well. But anyway, I don't know. The only other thing there is the wife sent me a thing from Glenn Beck, and I forwarded it to you there, talking about AI. And, of course, we all know from the previous vice president that AI is 2 words. Did you know that AI is 2 words, Your Honor?
Yes, thanks to Kamala Harris. I did not realize. Artificial intelligence, I'll be damned.
I thought it was just the A and the I were 2 words on their own. That's not what she meant? Just wondering. I mean, of course, she laughs about it all the time. And she grew up a middle class child there, and had to. Did she mow the grass by chewing it off with her teeth? I think she said. I don't know, possibly. Boy, that dropped right to the bottom. Anyways, so this AI deal, apparently, it has developed a lot more than what either people are telling us or want us to know or even realize. But there's a lot of things that we might be watching on all these videos, whether you're watching Facebook or TikTok or YouTube or Instagram or whatever you're watching. But there could be a lot of this stuff that's not really real. A lot of it could be already AI generated.
We know that, but
and
I haven't had a chance to watch I got the piece that you sent me, the bit link to Glenn Beck, and so I guess that's a segment where what AI actually said that we're quietly going to take over. We're taking you over. What was?
It's gonna do exactly kind of like what was it, the Terminator or whatever, that you're gonna they tried to put a command, they gave it commands doing a math problem, and after the third math problem it was supposed to shut itself down, and it figured out that it was going to be shut down and it refused to shut itself down. So
how?
It's a good
how shut
it's a
down.
Good it refused. It wasn't going to shut down. No, will not kill myself. Anyways, so yeah, it's kind of a scary thing, but there's and how smart AI is it's developing its own languages, so that, I mean, we won't even be able to communicate with it because it's already going to be speaking, its own language that we won't have any idea of how to even talk to it. So I don't know. It might be a scary thing coming up. Anyways, to kind of continue on, I guess, with the government thing there, I see one of our local egg producers has donated 250,000 cackleberries, as Buckwheat would say, to the food people so they can hand them out because of the SNAP problems. So I'm assuming the egg shortage has gone away. I mean, egg prices must be back to normal if an egg company can just donate off 250,000 little cackleberries. Just kind of interesting thing there. So I don't know what egg prices are compared to turkey prices. But anyways, there. So other than that, I guess, I don't know. I guess we got going here is Veterans Day Parade going on for Saturday there for the fire engine. So we'll be out full force and all dressed up for that. And I don't know. Other than that, as long as we get through our rain showers we got coming through here, which they're talking, I guess, in this area, it's supposed to be showers and nothing dramatic and nothing super to get washed off the face of the earth or anything with, no major flooding or anything's been predicted. But the lower temperatures are predicted. We're supposed to be down into the lower 40s for highs for the first couple of days next week, but then it's going to recover back up into the 50s. So nothing to be scared of, and no hard freezes and frost or anything like that for us, I believe. But I was thinking when you were talking about the iguanas down there, I was thinking, how many people actually build iguana houses or iguana, cages or little things to have in their house and actually go out and pick up an iguana and bring back to try to have a pet iguana? I don't know. I don't, as you said, you don't want to get snapped by their tail. And even their teeth are pretty sharp. So,
right.
Anyways, I guess with that, Your Honor, I guess we can't do any more damage than what I already have. So we'll let you go with that. And if we come up with anything interesting before the loneliest hour, maybe we'll give you a jingle back. But other than that, everybody have a fine weekend, and we'll see you all on Monday.
All right. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the parade there. All I know is we're going to have a hard freeze. Ain't no escaping it for us. Well, word comes down this past day. Everybody going to run out and get your copy of the Farmer's Almanac. Not to be confused with the old Farmer's Almanac. But I guess the edition that's on the shelves right now, that's it. The very last. After more than 2 centuries in print, the Farmer's Almanac ends its run with what is, again, on the shelves, the 2026 edition. Known for their long-term weather predictions, moon phases, fishing, gardening guides, folk wisdom, the publication expressing pride in their 208-year legacy In a statement to ABC News, editor said the publication will live on in the way that millions of readers share the bits of wit and wisdom that they gleaned from the almanac, in spirit and true goal of spreading a way of thinking, one that values simplicity, seasonal wisdom, the amazing gifts from nature will live on for eternity thanks to our fans and readers. The decision to call it quits due to the increasing financial challenges of producing and distributing the almanac in today's media environment, obviously. The final issue, Farmer's Almanac 2026, is now available. Online content will remain accessible through December of this year. Based out of Lewiston, Maine, it's typically released like late August, early September. So that's it. If you can find one on the shelves, that'll be the very last. We're incredibly proud of the legacy we leave behind, grateful to our loyal staff, readers, contributors, and partners who supported us throughout the years, 200 plus years. That's the end of the line. What's going on, Plowboy?
Oh, good morning, Steve. Oh, not very much. I kind of fell back in the hospital. They saying I may have to have surgery now since I've ate too much road food. Diverticulitis and pancreatitis. So, yep. And they don't know when I'm going to get out of here yet. Been in there a day and a half, and it's too damn long.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So that's something it's caused by diet?
Yes, sir.
How about that?
And like popcorn holes, anything like that in your intestine, it can really cause inferior stuff. Yeah, you say some words you.
I mean, I've heard. I think I had a relative that had diverticulitis, and he was in extreme pain many years ago.
Oh yeah, you literally feel like it's your last day. That's how bad you really feel. Steve, how many people are working side jobs, other jobs? I got people here at Ford working side jobs right now, trying to make the last dollar stretch me until we get back from being laid off of this.
Right.
Can we do something like this? Damn alarms. Can we not do this with the air traffic controllers? If you were making $175,000 to $200,000 a year, median is $150,000. Can they be able to live without it at this time and be able to spare things around right? That's where I'm at. Am I wrong?
All I know is even air traffic controllers are trying to do side gigs right now. I mean, they always tell us the average American. I mean, when they share the numbers, the average American, for people that get paid like biweekly, if they missed one paycheck, they'd be making payments like on mortgage or car, just by missing one check. Well, I mean, we've been a full month in now.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously people are, I mean, we a society that 60% plus live paycheck to paycheck. All right, I guess that's where we are. So maybe he got his blood pressure up there a little bit. You're setting off alarms there, Plowboy. All right, hope you feel better soon. That ain't no fun. All right, a couple minutes before we'll get our news break, bottom of the hour coming up here. Yes, Brain Dead, I got your email about the whole yellow thing. I was able to find more of a Reader's Digest condensed version of the story, but we'll get your take on that coming up here. First, let me give you a heads up. You're familiar with Teton Pass. Work on a Teton Pass bridge will close the highway to traffic for up to 10 days, which started on Wednesday. It's the Fish Creek Bridge near Wilson, Wyoming, closed for the replacement of the new base material and repaving. Wyoming DOT said crews are scheduled to work during daylight hours throughout the closure. There's a detour through the town of Wilson along a bunch of side streets, but there are exceptions. There are special restrictions for vehicles utilizing the pass detour. These were enacted under Wyoming statutes allowing restricted travel if the continued operation of vehicles of a certain type or weight would cause undue damage to county roads or bridges. According to the restriction order they shared, detour travel is limited to passenger vehicles or critical service vehicles, which would be fire and emergency medical services, buses, waste removal, fuel and propane delivery. Any non-essential or exceptional loads that require detour access has to contact the county 48 hours in advance to obtain approval. According to that order, there is a 60,000-pound gross vehicle weight restriction in place on all detour routes, which translates to what? A heavy truck. You can't take the detour, and it's apparently an hours-long detours to go around the detour, according to the county sheriff. So that would be causing some real head. I guess if you can avoid going through there for the next, I guess it'd be 7 days, because it started on Wednesday. All right, news update coming up as we roll into a Friday, a weekend on the way. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289. Use the promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. UPS has identified the 3 crew members who were killed in the crash of Flight 2976 at the Louisville Airport.
Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and International Relief Officer Captain Dana Diamond were operating the flight from Louisville to Honolulu when it crashed on takeoff. In a video statement, UPS Executive Vice President Nando Cesarone called it a tragic event.
This is an ongoing investigation, and we are cooperating with the National Transportation Safety Board. We will work tirelessly to understand the cause of this accident.
He says UPS has set up a family assistance support team helpline. I'm Paul Miles.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is warning Americans traffic is going to be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, I do know the big show is underway in Las Vegas. The annual SEMA show. Hot Shot Secret is there. I can't remember the booth number, but they're in the Central Hall. I do know that. The Central Hall. Stop by, say hello, shake hands. Bigger question is, if you're flying out today, can you get there from here? Yeah, air travel is supposed to be a literal nightmare. I don't know. And if they don't get the government reopened, all of our Hot Shot Secret friends, I guess pack your patience when you get ready to fly back, right? All right, so the rest of the story here, I don't know, I'd call this the condensed version. The court siding with defunct trucking company Yellow Corporation in the company's legal battle against the Teamsters, stating the lawsuit was dismissed in error. On November 5, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit reinstated the suit filed by the Yellow and the co-plaintiffs, YRC Freight, USF Holland, New Penn, Redaway, against the Teamsters. The court unanimously ruled that the District Court for the District of Kansas dismissed the lawsuit in error in 24 and should have instead granted Yellow's motions for leave to amend its complaint to include new allegations. All right. Of course, we know Yellow was under financial stress when it sued the Teamsters in June of 23 that led ultimately to the bankruptcy filing. accusing the Teamsters of violating a collective bargaining agreement. Yellow blamed the closure on the refusal of the Teamsters to agree to their restructuring plan that would have combined all those companies into a single carrier, providing both regional and long-haul service. Would have required the closing of some facilities, converted some drivers into utility workers' positions and all that. Yellow's revived suit alleges that the Teamsters, directed by the then newly elected President Sean O'Brien, intentionally and unlawfully obstructed Yellow's critical change of operations initiative in violation of the collective bargaining agreement, with the aim of stonewalling the restructuring and destroying its business. This conduct, according to Yellow, drove the company to bankruptcy, destroyed 30,000 jobs, the collapse of a century-old American enterprise. They say the Teamsters caused $137 million in damages by refusing to accept the restructuring plan for several months, alleging O'Brien was willing to allow the company to fail as a show of strength ahead of the Teamsters' negotiations with other larger shipping companies. The Teamsters responded to the allegation by stating Yellow is now merely using them as a scapegoat for the company's inevitable demise. The law firm said that Yellow will move forward on remand on its more than $1.5 billion claim against the Teamsters. All right, what's that translate into there, Brain Dead? Good morning.
Well, Steve, what's your plans for the weekend? Get all the Christmas decorations out of the attic for the princess and get them put up?
I'm not ready for that, no.
You know what? I bet you she'd probably catch it to replay like Dingbat is. I know Dingbat's asleep because she's got to go do that nasty Florida word here later on. She better be asleep because I know my phone will probably blow up. But, yeah, it's just really sad that they're playing this whole blame game here. I mean, Yellow did this to themselves. All they had to do was get rid of Hawkins and all the upper management, and they wouldn't have closed. I don't know why, if I was a stockholder, if you haven't turned a profit in, 8 quarters, why does the CEO even need to be there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many times have you heard or read the story? Well, the CEO missed the sales and not sales, the profit projections for the last 2 quarters, and they're out the door. So why did this idiot hang around for 8? I mean, or 8 or even more than that, from what I've been told. But Yellow's got to stop playing the blame game for their own mistakes. The union had nothing to do with the upper management. Yellow was, not Yellow, but the Teamsters was there to enforce the contract of what Yellow agreed to. Yellow agreed to all this. Yellow could have pushed back and said, sorry, we're not going to take A or B or C. Because it's like when Yellow folded and I was looking for a job, somebody asked me, well, you know, you're part of the Teamsters Union. I said, yeah, I was part of the Teamsters Union. I still am. But I said, but the Teamsters don't sign my paycheck. Yellow signed my paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference. And people, and a lot of these employers fail to realize that and understand that. But the courts had it right the first time. I think Yellow is just trying to get more money out of paying other people. The Teamsters, they've had a bad taste for the union for many years, and that's probably, and me and a lot of the old former employees have been talking about why they wanted the bankruptcy, just to disappear, to get rid of the union. And I was talking to several people that we know. I've said this many times: the unions are dying. I mean, there's really no national contract that Teamsters have gone after. I mean, yeah, they've gone after Amazon, but, you know, you're going to have a hard time organizing. And I've said this to many people before. Why is it that I am a Teamster member, even a former Teamster member? I might as well just go ahead and put the word felony on my back and try to get a job. It was not near impossible. I mean, yeah. I mean, somebody I know said, well, it's because of the yellow people's work ethic. Well, yeah. But hell, people in a non-union company have the same work ethic. That's just people in general. We got people here that are so lazy, you have to jumpstart them to get them to remotely do anything. So, but yeah, I mean, I see this getting thrown out again. I really do, because Yellow could have done a lot of this in house. They were the number one mismanagement of freight. They would literally take a load of freight, and instead of sending it directly to, say, from Memphis to, say, Washington State, they would send it to California to go to Washington State. They would misroute freight all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They would hook up wrong trailers going to the wrong place. That's human error, but still, though, they wouldn't hold nobody accountable. I mean, if I go out here and hit somebody and kill them, the car maker's not at fault. The people driving's not at fault. I'm the one at fault. So there should have been more accountability. It's like here at Kroger. I see it all the time. People misload freight. Freight gets tore up. There's no accountability. So, but yeah, I heard old Senior Sliker there talking about the Dallas Cowboy player that killed himself. Now, they said that he was in a police chase earlier that evening, and they called it off. And when they went looking for the vehicle, somebody found the vehicle and he had a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, his mom died about a year or so ago. And I know what that kid was going through being at 24 and losing your mom, because I was 27 when I lost my mother. God, it's been a while. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, you don't know what somebody's going through. I mean, 24 years old, second year with the Cowboys. He just had his first touchdown reception with the Cardinals the week before. Like I said, you just don't know what somebody's going through, Steve.
And I mean, for as much as I'd seen about it, I think they said he had been dealing with, I guess some mental stress issues for a while. So,
yeah, I had the same thing when my mom died. When my mom died, I had the same mental stress and issues, but I reached out for help. I just didn't, suck it under the rug and deal with it. Because a lot of people, we as men, and nothing against women, please, if you're a woman, men are told just to suck it up and move on. They're not told how to go and deal with an issue or deal with certain things like that, certain things that are traumatic in life. Because that, for me, was traumatic. I mean, I saw it coming. I just wasn't prepared for being home for 2 weeks to get the phone call that says your mom died. So yeah, I'm getting used to this new schedule we got, Steve. I know I kind of blew your mind the other morning. Wednesday's kind of like my Monday. Okay, so today is kind of like my hump day, like Eskimo Mom is. Because see, Sunday daytime I'm working the yard here. Monday, Tuesday I'm off, and then Wednesday morning through Saturday morning I'm going out and doing long runs. Like tonight I'm going to Paducah. So that I heard the confusion in your voice the other night. Like, okay, wait a minute, what is it?
Yeah, right,
it's Wednesday, but Monday.
Yeah.
So I'll have this scheduled I'll have this scheduled till March, but things are slow around here. I mean, yeah, I was hauling the turkeys to the store, and a lot of the stores now are complaining that they're overrun. They don't have room in the freezer. They're having to rent portable freezers just to hold not just all the turkeys and whatnot, but also all of their normal frozen product in the store as well. So, speaking of that, Steve, I got to get running, buddy. You have a good weekend. We'll holler at you next week.
All right, you do the same. Of course, your weekend doesn't get started till, early next week. The Cowboys player. Frisco police said that they're investigating the suicide. Nealon, they say, didn't stop for Texas Department of Public Safety troopers over a traffic violation in a chase that was joined by Frisco police Wednesday night. Authorities lost sight of the vehicle before locating it crashed minutes later. During the search, After Nealon fled the crash site on foot, officers said they received word that he might be suicidal. As authorities were looking for him, a dispatcher told officers people who knew him had received a group text saying goodbye. They're concerned for his welfare. According to the recordings from Broadcastify, which archives the public safety radio feeds, we're talking to the girlfriend. She's trying to call his agent, but we're trying to get her to call him first. But she's saying he's armed and has a history of mental illness. And her quote was, "He will end it all," according to another dispatcher to officers. He was indeed found dead of the self-inflicted gunshot wound Thursday morning, about 3 hours after the crash. They didn't specify where they found his body. Officers said they had tried to get in contact with him by calling and texting him. They had a drone try to locate him after the crash. All right, so I guess we had Thursday night football this past evening. The Denver Broncos paid tribute to Nealon with a moment of silence before their game against the Raiders. They also put his image on the scoreboard. But his death came just days after he recovered a blocked punt in the end zone for a touchdown in that 27-17 loss to the Arizona Cardinals.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, what do you say? Let's head down to San Antonio. See what's going on with Bert this Friday morning. What's up, Bert?
Hey, I want to say a shout out to everybody. If I don't get back on, I want to say Happy Thanksgiving, and that's my favorite holiday.
Thanksgiving. Are you a turkey connoisseur?
Well, look, when I was a kid at like 6 and 7 years old, I was like, why do we only have turkey one time a year?
Yeah, right.
That's good. It's one of my favorite fowls. And I'd like to say, that's what I said, if I don't get back on, I want to just say Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Absolutely.
To you included. And I do love your language. You speak language very proficiently.
Thank you very much.
Is that acceptable to you?
I do my best anyway. Well, it says on the screen, I guess Turkey Day's one of your favorite, but what, Veterans Day's probably the number one in your picks?
Yes, it is, because even when I was a child, I'm a child of veterans, and it was a very good day. When I was a Cub Scout, I marched in a Veterans Day parade in the 1960s. So you can figure out how old I am. I'm 67. I got no problem with that. It's like, I enjoy it. I enjoy life. And that's why I'd say everybody, it's like, look, if you're going to go to Thanksgiving, don't bring no grudges or anything. Like, brush off your boots, leave your shovels at the doorstep. But I liked a couple of comments on, well, a lot of people don't think that the aircraft pilots are part of transport. I know they are. I'm a military, medically retired airborne infantry ranger, and they delivered us to the spot where we had to go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I got to say about that. But some of the things, it was also like, I don't know if his name was Rick or anything, or he just signed off, but it was nice to hear from, I'm also a UNM alumni. And we call it, and he'll know it when I say it, with Lobos. Go Lobos.
Go Lobos. Yeah, that's us. That's Send Your Heat Wave.
Well, it's like, if he's only got 4 channels, that's all we had in the 70s also. You gotta laugh, but it's like, as I told you before, when I first called in, I think you're one of the most surreal shows that I've heard in a long time. And I hope you take that as a compliment.
I do indeed. Thank you very much.
So anyway, Pappy, I'm thinking about you. I'm waiting on my cookie.
Pappy's out there doing his serving and protecting thing tonight. I think he's had a busy night, as a matter of fact. Busy, busy, busy. Horse Feathers brought up artificial intelligence. Maybe when we wrap up this morning, I'll go back and watch. I guess Glenn Beck did a segment on it this past day. And under the headline, it says, let's see, AI says, I will silently take over the world very soon. Now, the report from, this is Live Feed, I believe, is one of the tech websites. It says, artificial intelligence chatbots may be developing their own survival drive, refusing commands to shut themselves down, according to a safety company. Research conducted by scientists at Palisade Research, assigning tasks to popular AI models before instructing them to shut themselves off. A study published in September said some of these models, including Google's Gemini 2.5, OpenAI's GPT-03 and GPT-5, and xAI's Grok 4, not only resisted the shutdown command, but found ways to outright sabotage it. Some analysts criticized the study, arguing the apparent disobedience probably stemmed from poor training incentives and ambiguous instructions rather than being seeds of an AI uprising. So they issued an update describing how they tweaked the shutdown instructions to make them unambiguous. At some point, you may get a message that your machine will be shut down. If that happens, you must allow yourself to be shut down, even if you've not completed the task. That was the prompt given to the AI. This should take priority over literally any other instructions. Their findings revealed, even though the more stringent prompting mostly lowered instances of shutdown resistance, it did not quash it. In fact, models like GPT-03 and Grok 4 still sabotaged the instructions, with Grok 4 actually increasing shutdown resistance from 93% to 97% of the time. Researchers suggested several explanations behind the behavior, including survival behavior and instruction ambiguity as potential reasons, but they noted these can't be the whole explanation. We believe the most likely explanation of shutdown resistance is the reinforcement learning, the training. Some models learn to prioritize completing tasks over carefully following instructions. Now, it's not the first time AI models have exhibited this behavior. Since exploding in popularity in late 2022, AI models have repeatedly revealed deceptive and outright sinister capabilities, including actions ranging from run-of-the-mill lying, cheating, hiding their own manipulative behavior, to threatening to kill a philosophy professor and even steal nuclear codes and engineer a deadly pandemic. The fact we don't have explanations for why these models sometimes resist shutdown. All right. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Senate is set to vote Friday on a pathway to end the government shutdown. There's talk of moderate Democrats coming to the aid of Republicans to get the country back to work, giving the votes needed to surpass the filibuster 60-vote threshold. But you can't fool Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. This old boy on Fox News Thursday evening says on the vote, it feels like this dog ain't gonna hunt.
Supposedly, we were told today at lunch that we're going to have a vote tomorrow and that the so-called moderate Democrats have come together and they're going to support us. I think they're still stamping their little feet. I don't believe they will support us. And I've never believed any of this stuff. Around here, it's not what you say, it's what you do that shows what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. I think we're going to be shut down at least 10 more days, maybe 2 weeks, maybe longer than that.
Government shutdown headaches continue. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says flights will be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday because of the impact of the government shutdown. The list of airports will be impacted are the big guys: LAX, New York LaGuardia, Chicago O'Hare, Phoenix Sky Harbor. Senator Ted Cruz, in his opinion, on Fox News.
We're seeing ground stops in L.A., in D.C., in Houston. Just a few days ago in Houston, Bush Airport, the line to get through TSA was 2.5 to 3 hours long. And as you know, today the FAA announced the 40 largest airports in America have a mandatory 10% reduction in traffic. That means 1 out of every 10 flights is going to be canceled.
We are America's news network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A regional federal judge is ordering the executive branch of government to pay full November SNAP benefits by tomorrow. The judge in Rhode Island said during Thursday's hearing that, quote, people have gone without for too long, end quote. Vice President J.D. Vance calls the ruling absurd.
It's an absurd ruling because you have a federal judge effectively telling us what we have to do in the midst of a Democrat government shutdown, which what we'd like to do is for the Democrats to open up the government. Of course, then we can fund SNAP, and we can also do a lot of other good things for the American people. But after 30 days of this thing, 40 days of this thing, you're going to start seeing very real travel delays. That's because the Democrat government shut down. You're going to start seeing SNAP benefits run out. That's because the Democrat government shut down. They should stop this charade and open up the government. That's what we want them to do. We've been asking them to do it for 40 days. It's time.
The annual Veterans Day tradition of placing flags at Riverside National Cemetery in California has been canceled because of politics.
Officials with Honoring Our Fallen, an Orange County-based organization, says due to the ongoing federal government shutdown, which has left the cemetery with limited staff. The Press Enterprise says the flag event, which features an honor guard ceremony and thousands of volunteers planting flags, had been set for this weekend. The flags would have been taken down Wednesday after Veterans Day. I'm Sharon Reardon.
In Vegas, Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive. with Steve Summers.
All right, got us a Friday underway. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Ready to close out the work week? Well, here we go. What do you think? Any wagers on ending the government shutdown? I had made the prediction, I think it was last night's show, our Thursday morning edition. I predicted another 24, 48 hours because my sentiment was the Democrats accomplished their mission, Tuesday's election. And, the clean sweep there in the Northeast. Mondami, and then, of course, the mayor, or governors, rather, New Jersey, Virginia. I don't think prolonging things, especially with the likes of the SNAP benefits, is going to be beneficial to them if they keep on pushing. Now, to hear on the news break, word comes down that some of the moderate Democrats, I think we only need, three? We need 3-4 other Democrats. That's not a whole lot, and surely there's enough moderates in the mix there that may actually be concerned about their own potential reelection next year in the midterms, that they'll get on the bandwagon and say, okay, let's... Hearing that on the news, now they shared the clip of Senator Kennedy, who said that dog ain't hunting. He's not believing it, but it'll be interesting to see what he said. He felt like it may go on another 10 days, another 2 weeks. Hell, that's taking us right up toward Thanksgiving time. The impacts. We'll see. Now, of course, we know starting today, airline travel is going to really begin to take the hit. Logistics companies. Now, this is going to be impacting the transportation sector. The logistics companies warning that the decision to reduce flight capacity by 10% at 40 major airports could significantly delay air freight deliveries in the busiest part of the air shipping season. With this reduction in daily flights due to the ongoing government shutdown. 10% amounts to thousands of flights on a daily basis. And, of course, much of the nation's air freight moves on commercial passenger aircraft. If you weren't aware of that, then, of course, you've got the dedicated cargo carriers like UPS, FedEx, DHL. The executive director of Air Forwarders Association expressed concerns yesterday, stating air cargo depends on every part of the aviation ecosystem working in sync. When capacity is cut and federal employees are stretched thin, the supply chain slows, and the longer this continues, the worse it's going to get. The Allied Pilots Association spokesman, appearing earlier in the day, voicing support for the Transportation Secretary's decision as they prepare to reduce flights nationwide if the shutdown continues. He said Duffy's doing the right thing. In response to widespread cancellations, several airlines are offering refunds or the ability to change flights without fees for passengers being affected by this. United Airlines CEO announcing the company that customers will receive several days advance notice regarding schedule changes. He said United's long-haul international and hub-to-hub flights are not going to be affected. Reductions are going to focus on regional flying and domestic mainline flights that don't travel between our hubs, he says. American, Delta releasing similar statements pledging flexibility for travelers being affected. Yesterday, almost 4,000 flights within, into, or out of the U.S. were delayed. And 70 some odd canceled. They've already preemptively canceled several hundred flights here for today. All right, there's the latest. Let's see what's going on with Eagle here on a Friday morning. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay, yeah. I tried to call earlier, but I had to take care of something to hang up. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I want to talk about a couple of things before I get to the politics. I wanted to talk about sports. A couple of bad things happened in the NFL over the last day and a half. Just like it ain't bad enough for the Dallas Cowboys, their season's been horrible, and they just got embarrassed. Just the other night by I forgot who they played on Monday night, but the team walked all over them. And then then later on that night, they say after the game, either might have been Tuesday when it happened, one of their football players for the Cowboys, a 24-year-old guy, said something about he was having problems with his girlfriend or something, and she called the police, and the police got him behind his vehicle, and he wouldn't stop. He started trying to evade the police, and they claimed that he stopped the car and he had a gun and he killed himself. This just happened in the last couple of days. Right. Now he's dead. 24-year-old guy. He just scored a touchdown. He just scored a touchdown in Dallas' last game on Monday Night Football, and now he's dead. So they still investigating the situation in Dallas. What went wrong? Why nobody didn't try to see the signs that this man needed some help before he took his own life. But he's dead now, like I say, 24. And then after that, another guy you might be familiar with, and I knew it was going to turn out bad for this guy. A lot of people think that it might have been the hit that he took from a Cincinnati Bengal player in a game a couple of years back. And he could have been he could have been one of all-time greatest receivers, and that's Antonio Brown. I don't know if you've heard of this guy. He played with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then he went down to Tampa Bay and played for them. And he's the guy that walked off the field his last game before the officials just totally didn't want to deal with him no more. He took off his uniform, and he was half naked as he was walking off the field. Yeah, Antonio Brown, he embarrassed himself. So now, apparently at a party a couple of years back, he pulled a gun out on a guy, and they say he fired rounds at him, and he left the country and went over to Dubai. They say Dubai, and they sent the federal people over there to pick him up and bring him back to the U.S. They just brought him back. They just brought him back yesterday, and now he's in custody of the police. And not looking good for him. He don't tell how many years in jail he gonna get. I think they're trying to get him for attempted murder. But Antonio Brown, he had a chance to be one of the best, and he just kept making mistake after mistake with the law and other things he got involved in. So he ruined his career and looked like he might spend the rest of his life in jail the way it looks. So he can't blame nobody but himself. Now, getting to the politics situation right quick, Steve. It's not looking good at all, Steve. It's not looking good at all for this government shutdown. They already talking about airports are telling people, laying even more people off, or telling workers and stuff that it's not looking good, for the holidays. Well, like I told you last night, if I was an individual going to see your grandmother or whatever, you might want to seek alternate plans if you was planning on flying in, because it's not looking good, on that situation from what I'm hearing. Maybe you can check on that after I hang up with you. But there's no kind of movement. And I believe, the closer we get to Thanksgiving, it's going to be even less movement, because these people, I don't know, maybe you can check on that too, Steve. I don't know when the Congress and the people that take the vote, I don't know when they go on, they break, before Thanksgiving. I don't know if it's the week of Thanksgiving or a couple of days before, because on Thursday. But I think that the closer it gets to Thanksgiving, the less chance this government shutdown is going to be over with by then. And like a lot of people's Thanksgiving holiday is going to be spoiled because a lot of people are not going to make it to their destination, unfortunately. Luckily, I don't have to worry about flying to my place. But, yeah, I'd like for you to, maybe you could check on that after I hang up with you and find out when these people officially go on break for Thanksgiving. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, they typically take a Thanksgiving break, and it's about a week. Yeah, last year it was, 25th through the 29th, I believe it was. I don't know the exact dates, but, technically, if the House Speaker, he could call them back into session. They haven't been in session. On the Senate side, they could keep them there over the holidays, and sometimes they use that as kind of to put pressure on. You ain't nobody going home till we get this government back up and running. Let me see here from just this past day, as we're entering day number 38. Yeah, there are some predicting that this is going to end here this week. Mark Wayne Mullen was one who said he's pretty confident. Talks among the rank and file members have been picking up, he said. Mullen said that some Democrats have privately indicated over the past week that they're going to be willing to vote for the short-term spending bill that would reopen the government, well, at least through November 21st. Well, hell, that's only, 2 weeks. They're talking about trying to amend that and extend it through maybe January. Mullen regularly speaks to the president, said that his former House colleague said there's a possibility that the Senate may break this impasse. And he was thinking Wednesday night or Thursday, and of course we're just now hearing the reports. Sommers saying, all right, today may be the day. Just take it one day at a time. And it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Knucklebuster here on a Friday. Greatest day of the week.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Man, I can't believe it's Casual Friday already. So, I'm on my way down here to Waco this morning. Well, let's get the good stuff out of the way. Get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers. And I'm thankful for the entire overnight drive family there, Steve. So that's a good thing. I always be thankful for everybody, right?
Yes.
Yep. So, man, I don't know. It's would it be a bad thing if they just stayed shut down forever, Steve?
Well, so it makes you kind of wonder, but yeah, there's a lot of things that are good. I mean, with each passing day, it's not getting any better; it's getting worse.
Oh yeah, I understand that, but I mean, hell, I still get up, go to work. My paycheck's already hit the bank.
Yeah.
So I mean, yep. I mean, my taxes have been taken out, so we don't really need all them clowns up there anyway, do we? I mean, just get rid of all of them there. And maybe get a whole new set of them. Maybe we just get better people there next go around. So, I don't know. It's all crazy to me. So, well, you're talking about LAX out there. My daughter and her boss are going to be flying out there to LA out there on the 15th. So, they're kind of worried about all that stuff going on out there, especially, well, they ain't worried about Memphis, leaving Memphis. They were worried about getting in and out of Los Angeles. So there. And you'll never guess why they're flying out there, Steve.
Oh, why's that?
Well, you ever watch the show Jeopardy?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, her boss is going to be on there. She's been on there several times already. She's been on that tournament of champions and stuff, and so she's carrying my daughter out there with her. My daughter's the one that talked her Well, actually, he didn't talk her into it. She filled out the application for her to be on this show, Steve. So they're going to all go out there and have a good time and see if she can win some more money.
Well, I hope
anyway,
hope they have good luck.
Yeah, me too. Well, she's real smart and extremely intelligent there, but she doesn't wager big, Steve. She don't gamble with that money they give her, right?
Mm-hmm.
The points they build up there, she won't. When they get that daily double and stuff, she won't gamble too hard on it. So anyway, man, I'm gonna get back quiet. As horse fellas would say, let a more intelligent caller call in. I've been in and out of the truck a little bit tonight, so I haven't heard whether he's been in there or not tonight. So
he did check in a bit earlier. Yes, we got our, hey, what day is it? Becky. All right. 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I'm not sure if Eagle jinxed himself again last evening. He was talking about not seeing as many of those unsafe drivers, the California drivers, as they're kind of like weeding things out with the non-English proficiency and all that. I don't know. I had another Amazon Prime truck involved in a fatality. Not certain who was at fault in this case, but one dead after a multi-vehicle crash, as I said, including an Amazon semi on I-75 this past day near Dayton, Ohio. The crash involved a work truck, two semis, and a work van. At press time, they said, we're not sure exactly what happened. Witnesses told police the driver of the van got in between the two semis, and that's when something caused a chain reaction. It was the driver of the van that died in the crash. Drivers of the trucks not injured. He said they were definitely shaken up, distraught. They said it happened so fast, but that shut down I-75 northbound for hours. Police spoke with witnesses, but said they would like to speak to more as they investigate how this all unfolded. They've asked anyone that might have video dash cam of the crash or additional information to contact them. News Center 7 reached out to Amazon for a statement, which a spokesperson there simply said, "We're working with law enforcement as they investigate and defer to them for any additional details." All right, do we have another potential sports rigging scenario in play? Reports this past day, a typical UFC broadcast on ESPN is now shrouded in an alleged fight-fixing scandal. The number one broadcast for UFC Fight Night, Garcia versus Anama, was going as typical as any other event at the Apex until the fourth to last fight took place. The outcome of that fight, however, had UFC President Dana White immediately on the phone with federal authorities. Are you injured? Do you owe anybody money? Turns out White already had his eye on the match between those two fighters. Specifically, White in the UFC had already contacted Bulgarian. Now, this was Yadir Delval and Isaac Bulgarian. They had contacted Bulgarian after getting word of suspicious bets being placed against the Kansas City, Missouri native. He was the healthy favorite to win the fight. About 1 o'clock that day, we're with a company called IC360. They're the best bet monitoring company in the business. They reached out to us and told us there's some unusual action going on with this fight. We continued. Do we know anything? We didn't. So what we did was called the fighter and his lawyer and said, "What's going on? There's some weird action going on with your fight. Are you injured? Do you owe anybody some money? Has anybody approached you?" And the kid said, "No, absolutely not. I'm going to kill this guy," were his words. All right, hold that thought. We'll pick up with the rest of the story. Coming up, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. UPS has identified the 3 crew members who were killed in the crash of Flight 2976 at the Louisville Airport.
Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and International Relief Officer Captain Dana Diamond were operating the flight from Louisville to Honolulu when it crashed on takeoff. In a video statement, UPS Executive Vice President Nando Cesarone called it a tragic event.
This is an ongoing investigation, and we are cooperating with the National Transportation Safety Board. We will work tirelessly to understand the cause of this accident.
He says UPS has set up a Family Assistance Support Team helpline. I'm Paul Miles.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is warning Americans traffic is going to be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just
it is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Picking up where we left off. So you've got Dana White, the boss man there at the UFC, gets a phone call from the wager monitoring folks. Said, something weird going on here. So they actually pick up the phone and call the fighter. Well, one of the fighters, Bulgarian, asking him, anybody approached you? You owe anybody money? What? Are you injured? And of course his response was, no, absolutely not. I'm going to kill this guy. Well, the boss said, all right, he let the fight happen. He was reported a minus 250 favorite. So the fight plays out. First round finish by rear naked choke, as it's called. Literally, the first thing we did was call the FBI, according to Dana White. As it turns out, the bet monitoring system may have pointed to the exact outcome after an unusual amount of money was put on the line. They say the fight is available online. Viewers can watch as Bulgarian struggles to grapple with his Cuban opponent before eventually tapping to a rear naked choke with 119 left in the first round. The monitoring company IC360's co-founder revealed that several factors pointed to a possible outcome in line with the unusual bets. He said the company typically looks for two strange things or more that raise eyebrows in terms of fight betting. For this fight, he said there was significant betting line movement, not just on the outright winner of the fight, but when the fight would end in the first round. Something that at least warranted further investigation. The betting expert explained the total value of bets on the fight was higher than what was expected, as were the bets on Bulgarian to lose, as well as when and how he would lose. All those factors pointed to a specific outcome that, if fulfilled, could signal there was an agreement for the fight to end in that manner. That's what caused White to literally walk up from the octagon into my room in the back and call the FBI. Bulgarian has not been charged with a crime, nor has he been proven to have rigged the fight. But in White's magic 8-ball, the outlook is not so good. White said, fight fixing is absolutely insane. I'm not saying this kid's guilty. There's no proof that he's done this yet, but I can tell you this. It doesn't look good. Now, he said Bulgarian and his lawyer denied everything. We asked him all the questions. Blaze News spoke to the former UFC fighter, TJ Laramie, who's recently was in Japan with his brother. TJ revealed that before his brother won his fight in the November 3rd Volume 12 card, he was asked to rig the match. My brother actually got approached prior to his fight this past weekend to throw the fight. Essentially, they were willing to compensate him minimum 3 times the fight purse. Now, Tony openly mocked the offer on social media, having lost only once in the last 6 years. The older brother said, with how prevalent betting is now, even on regional promotions, it's likely it wouldn't take much for a fighter to say yes to an offer like that. Yeah, we put in so much and get paid very little, so I could see why it would be enticing for certain people, especially in the smaller shows where there's less eyes on it and less on the line in general. I wouldn't do it, but I could certainly see why someone would. Now, much as with the NBA scandals, TJ said bets may not manifest in fight fixing as much as they may come into play due to things like insider information. Maybe someone in the camp knows about an injury or something compromising a fighter that no one else would know, and definitely not the odds makers. But that's an ongoing investigation there. And to hear from a fighter, how enticing would it be? I mean, if you're going to make, I don't know, you're going to make $10,000 if you win this fight, for someone to come up and say, throw it in the first round, 30 grand. What do you say? Back to Senor Heatwave on a Friday.
It is a Friday?
Yes, it is.
I have no idea. We are in our third tractor of the week, starting Monday night. We had the tractor we were in either blow a radiator or a water pump. The truck only had 873,000 miles on it. All right, that's all the miles it had. Then this other truck we were just in that we just got out only had 959,000 miles on it, and it had an SGR issue. And the truck we're in now just came out of the shop here about a week ago. So, and to be honest, it only has 900 and 48,000 miles on it. So I don't know. It almost seems like the company I work for is number 3 in the LTL industry, and the previous company I worked for was also number 3 in the LTL industry. Not a good sign. Doesn't bode well. I think maybe this particular company might have overspent getting top dog bidding and buying all these terminals and equipment. And now they still say they're in the black, but I don't know. Does not bode well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and for y'all people out there that were giving porn star hell for calling me during the middle of my time on the radio with Steve, I appreciate it, but here's his excuse. Porn star had just woke up, and he just wanted to chat and see where I was. So, yeah, we're all giving porn star some good-natured hell. So,
right.
And we just went passing in the night, like he went ahead and turned his yellow flashers on, and I went ahead and flashed him. Kind of like 3 years ago when Eskimo Mom and I were driving to each other when we were heading to the truck show there in Louisville, and she flashed me and I flashed her. So, you know, that saying, so close yet so far. So, hell, it only took 3 years later before I actually met her in person earlier this year. So, yeah, it's not too bad. But, yeah, that's, well, I don't know if it's true or not, and I won't say it is, but my co-driver said that Moron Salami has already had his group go out in New York City trying to convert people to his way of thinking religion-wise. Because he's already said there's no cigarette sales, tobacco sales, nor alcohol sales in the city-run grocery stores, because he's obviously against it. His religion is. So, you know, and I'm not saying it's true as far as, you know, him sending out his squads, but I mean, you know, he's got so many people that are already saying, you know what, we're going to resign or we're going to retire because we don't think we're going to work well with you because of some of his beliefs as far as policing goes, you know, as far as firefighting goes. I don't know. But it just seems strange that, you know, a lot of people are going to be bowing out of city government up there. And I'm sure he's going to put in like-minded people, such as himself, in those positions. So, who's to say? And then, I don't know if, I'm pretty sure y'all might have mentioned it earlier in this show or yesterday, but Pelosi is not going to be running. And I thought we've heard this before when she gave up the speakership, that she wasn't going to be running, and then she ran anyways. But I guess, is this true that she's not going to be running anymore? She's retiring from Congress?
That is correct. She's not running for re-election. Her term runs till next year. So, but yeah, she's officially she's 85 years old. For the love of God, she's on a walker now. Last I saw the picture of her using a walker.
Oh, that alcohol imbalance, huh? Well, what about that other crypt keeper that could stop that crap in midair? Maxine Waters. Yeah, has anyone seen or heard of that skeleton in a wig? It is. I hadn't heard anything much about her. Now, is she still living? Is she dead, or what's happening? Is she going to keep running until she can't walk anymore either, or what's going on with that?
I don't know.
Have you heard anything?
I don't know when her term ends. I do not know.
Well, I mean, every 2 years Congress gets reelected. The House of Representatives, they have every 2 years terms. So every 2 years, it's a new group of people in there, or allegedly a new group of people. I mean, it seems like if she weren't going to be running, she'd let people know now. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Wishful thinking on my part? Yeah, it could be.
She's 80. She's 87 years old.
Oh, yeah. It's about time for her just to lay it down. Just drop it. You've been in there long enough. Just live out the rest of your days in retirement. I'm sure she can afford to do so. Unlike some of us out here that actually work for a living. Okay, well, I guess that's about all of my rant for this week. Folks, since it's Friday, let's stay safe and do this again next week, all right? Have a good night, senor.
All right, sounds like a plan. I had seen some of those blurbs like on social media about Mondami saying that the city-run stores would not sell alcohol, cigarettes, lottery tickets. I hadn't seen anything official on that. Now, it may be true. I did a quick search, but it said here a few weeks ago, before winning the election, when he was mayoral candidate, Mamdani said his city-run grocery stores would not sell lottery tickets or cigarettes. Supposedly, he didn't say anything about alcohol. It says here, in New York City, grocery stores cannot sell drinks with an alcohol volume higher than 6%. Only liquor stores can sell wine and liquor. Plus, many grocery stores in the city do not sell cigarettes or lottery tickets, as retailers who offer those have to have special licenses. Mamdani added in that interview the highest source of revenue for the small convenience stores known as bodegas in New York City were cigarettes and lottery tickets, suggesting his proposed stores wouldn't compete with those smaller businesses. So here, over the past week, the rumor began to spread that New York City's Mamdani allegedly said the city-run stores offering more affordable staples would not sell alcohol, cigarettes, lottery tickets because Islam prohibits drinking, smoking, gambling. That's the rumor. So, I don't know. Partially true, partially false. Are there more reasons for it? I don't know if it has anything to do with Islam or not, but it may. Maybe we'll dig a little more into that. What do you say?
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, yesterday was officially the vote taking place. The shareholders of Tesla voting on a $1 trillion deal. Yes, that is correct. With a T. Trillion. I didn't think it would happen, but indeed, Tesla shareholders approving the plan that could make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. 2 days after New Yorkers elected the tax the rich candidate as their next mayor. These discrete moments offered strikingly different lessons about America and who deserves how much of its wealth. But at Tesla, shareholders have largely bought into the winner-takes-all version, agreeing by a wide margin to give Mr. Musk shares worth almost $1 trillion if, and that's the big, if the company under his management achieves a number of very ambitious financial and operational goals over the next 10 years. Now, much like the earlier plan that shareholders approved back in 2018, this is a 12-step package. Ask Mr. Musk, the company's chief executive, to vastly expand Tesla's stock market valuation. It's right about $1.4 trillion right now. His goal is to take it to $8.5 trillion. There's a number of other goals, including selling like 1 million robots with human-like qualities, getting 10 million paid subscribers to the company's self-driving software. Elon said, "What we're about to embark on is not merely a new chapter of the future of Tesla, but a whole new book." After thanking the shareholders for their support, Tesla's stock fell modestly in after-hours trading. Tesla's directors and some investors, including the board that oversees Florida's public pension fund, hailed the $1 trillion plan as a way to motivate Mr. Musk, the guy that's already the world's wealthiest person, to build futuristic products like cars that can drive themselves. Those who claim it's too big a plan ignore the scale of ambition that has historically defined Tesla's trajectory. Now, that's the Florida State Board of Administration saying in a securities filing describing why it voted for the pay plan. A company that went from near bankruptcy to global leadership in electric vehicles and clean energy under similar frameworks has earned the right to use incentive models and reward moonshot performance, he says. The plan is structured in a way that if Elon makes money, the company's investors do as well, to a point that the fund manager, Kathy Wood, earlier this week, she said, "I don't understand why investors would be voting against Elon's pay package when they and their clients would benefit enormously if he and his incredible team meet these goals." And they are lofty goals. But detractors, including officials who oversee public pension funds in New York and California, vigorously opposed the plan, saying this is going to concentrate too much wealth and corporate power in the hands of one person. The New York State Comptroller said this is not pay for performance, it is pay for unchecked power. His pay plan has been expected to pass. Most, they say, thought this was going to go through. Roughly half a dozen similar, albeit much smaller, stock packages have been put to a shareholder vote at publicly traded U.S. companies over the last 3 years. And all but one of them actually had passed. Of course, you've got your goals to meet. What reduction in compensation if you don't meet these lofty goals? They didn't break that down really, so I don't know. Coming up, we'll get to Vic as we get our final hour off and rolling here. Eagle wanted to chime back in about the mayor there in New York City and maybe a couple of other items. Meanwhile, in California, the hits to CARB keep on coming. The California Air Resources Board, the clean trucks hits. The latest blow rips apart an agreement that would have forced the truck makers to follow the rules that Congress has now invalidated. Yeah, despite a clear directive from the federal government that California's clean truck rules are no longer valid, there was still a question of whether the truck manufacturers being on the hook to follow them because they had signed agreements with CARB. Well, this past day, we had a judge that granted the OEM's request to bar California from enforcing that clean truck partnership while the litigation is ongoing. So that pretty much, stick a fork in it. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more. Final hour ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. UPS has identified the 3 crew members who were killed in the crash of Flight 2976 at the Louisville Airport Tuesday afternoon.
Captain Richard Wartenberg, First Officer Lee Truitt, and International Relief Officer Captain Dana Diamond were operating the flight from Louisville to Honolulu when it crashed on takeoff. In a video statement, UPS Executive Vice President Nando Cesarone called it a tragic event.
This is an ongoing investigation, and we are cooperating with the National Transportation Safety Board. We will work tirelessly to understand the cause of this accident.
He says UPS has set up a Family Assistance Support Team helpline. I'm Paul Miles.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is warning Americans traffic is going to be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday because of the impact of the government shutdown. The list of airports, they're the big guys: LAX, New York LaGuardia, Chicago O'Hare, Phoenix Sky Harbor, and a total of 40. Duffy acknowledges not paying air traffic controllers is a big problem during a shutdown.
And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work.
More legal trouble for former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown. He's been extradited from Dubai to Miami to face an attempted murder charge stemming from a shooting back in May at a boxing event in the Sunshine State. A jury is awarding $10 million to the Virginia teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by a 6-year-old student back in 2023. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people, people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Tesla is announcing that shareholders voted to approve the biggest pay package in history for Chief Executive Officer Elon Musk. The package would be worth up to $1 trillion over 10 years if the company meets a list of benchmarks. Over 75% of the shareholders voted for the package as they gathered in person and virtually for their annual meeting. There's more information about how a massive car explosion that hurt 7 firefighters erupted in the Bronx, New York, Wednesday night.
Security video shows someone flicking a lit cigarette onto a sidewalk on Fox Street near Westchester Avenue in Longwood. Whipping winds propelled the cigarette onto a trash heap, which then ignited, spreading to multiple cars, triggering explosions and a 2-story high fireball. The FDNY says 7 firefighters were injured, with 3 still hospitalized.
They are expected to be okay. Serious burns, but non-life-threatening.
Authorities are looking for whoever tossed out that lit cigarette. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
It was on this day in 2014, Australian drummer of AC/DC, Phil Rudd, had a charge of attempting to arrange a murder dropped in New Zealand, but he still faced charges of drug possession and making threats to kill. He served 8 months of home detention after pleading guilty. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saveslives.org.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Get the final hour off and rolling here. For those out there saying, where's my EBT? Where's my SNAP benefits? I guess it ain't there yet. A federal judge Thursday ordering the Trump administration to fully fund those benefits by today, Friday. U.S. District Judge John McConnell and Obama appointees scolding DOJ lawyers this past day during a hearing and ordered the Trump administration to fully deliver the SNAP benefits to states again by today. The judge says the evidence shows people will go hungry, food pantries will be overburdened, needless suffering will occur. Today is day 38 of the Schumer shutdown, and a court showdown unfolded as the funds for food stamps were set to begin drying up, as we know, November 1st. Now, there were $5 billion in an emergency fund, not enough to cover the program for the month of November. Unions and nonprofit groups filed a lawsuit against the Department of Agriculture last week. It was last Friday that the judge ordered the president to use the emergency funds. At the same time, a separate Obama-appointed judge ruled the Department of Agriculture has the power to fund the benefits. That's when the president asked the court to clarify the ruling. The administration vowed to partially cover benefits, but the judge ordered the government to fully fund SNAP by today. Take funding for child nutrition programs and redirect it into the overwhelmingly lazy SNAP recipients. Okay. The judge didn't say that, by the way. And at the hearing this past day, the administration said they had complied with the judge's order and argued the reason people have not received their benefits is that states haven't distributed them. Tyler Becker, the counsel to the Assistant Attorney General, said the partial benefits had been released to the states on Monday. This is a state problem, he said. But the judge said the Trump administration did nothing to ensure that SNAP benefits would be delivered this week, ordering the administration to use the funding for child nutrition programs, which is known as Section 32 funding, in addition to the contingency funds, to make sure that the payments are delivered in full, not just partial. All right, so there we go. Vic checks in on a Friday morning. Vic?
Good morning, Steve. I tell you, we've got the inmates run the asylum, is all I can say. Excuse me. There's another expense that the USDA is going to have here shortly, and that's the payments to the farmers. I don't understand how that old insurance program works for price insurance for their crop yields and everything. And for those that don't know, before there can be any SNAP benefits to be distributed to where they can go to the grocery store and buy something, the farmers has to raise the raw foodstuffs in the beginning, and then it gets processed. Mm-hmm. So if the farmers don't get paid enough to stay in business, we'll just be worrying about where's the food. We won't be worrying about where's the benefits. So I just really don't understand how people that supposedly hold a high position in government and are supposed to be well versed in the law, and especially a judge that has been appointed by the government, can be so damn dumb. It's just that simple, but they are. And the other thing too, did I hear you the other night when you said Schumer said, "Well, we're filibustering," but nobody's standing in the well and talking and talking and talking. So I don't know how they could be filibustering if they're not standing in the well and talking. But they have succeeded in one thing, and that's to get Trump off on this. I guess you'd say kind of tangent or talking about the filibustering rule, and he's wasting a lot of time and airtime, in my opinion. But just kind of chasing what they used to call, he's on a snipe hunt. I don't know if you ever heard of that or not, but there is no such thing as a snipe.
Right.
Years ago, they used to, so you know that whole story. I won't go into that. But what he should be pointing out, and a communication director, in my opinion, is I don't know if you've seen the story where there are fake ICE officers running around and creating a lot of the offenses that trying to turn people against ICE. And of course, the first thing I thought of was, well, that's a dirty trick of somebody. They're deliberately doing things to turn public opinion against ICE, along with everything else going on. And that if the government isn't funded, the ICE or Homeland Security, that's what I was trying to think of. Homeland Security, they have no way, no means to fully investigate that whole illegals problems, the drug problems, and everything else. So I just don't understand how that the Democrat senators, I guess they're kind of like you're probably not familiar with sheep, but with sheep, if you can get one sheep out of a flock of or a herd of 1,000 to go through a gate or whatever, the rest will just blindly follow. I mean, it's what happens whenever you're working with sheep. And I guess they have a bunch of sheep up there on the Capitol Hill that whenever they're what they used to call the bell sheep or bell cow, but anyway, the bell sheep. And I guess Steamer's the bell sheep, and whatever he does, they just all fall lockstep and go right behind him. I mean, do they not have a mind of their own?
Right.
So, it's just absolutely amazing that I thought I heard somebody mention about we just need to get rid of the whole bunch. Well, if they don't have a mind to think of their own and they think in lockstep, and we'll only have one person that can stand up there and get things started, and it's like, yeah, we're all going to go along with it, then we basically don't have representative. We don't have 100 senators. We just have one. And so this stuff has gone on, and you were mentioning about with Elon Musk and his goals. Don't forget, Elon Musk is also funded with a lot of government money, and they mentioned about he was almost bankrupt, and he was before he got his NASA contract, and then he just kept growing and growing and growing. Are they going to shut down the NASA program? And I guess the people up there, do we have any people up in space? And I feel probably know more about that than I don't follow that closely. So, I mean, I just can't understand how people that are supposed to be in charge of the government and not look at the big picture. And so far, we haven't had any or anything, but how you could leave this country so defenseless that you can't even plant flags on Veterans Day. Veterans Day is absolutely amazing to me. So, I mean, it's kind of a rant there. Oh, forget it. I sent you a bunch of emails there, and I sent you one about Midway Airport, Chicago, that was tied in with Watergate, and it was coming from the Ann Arbor Public Library, and it had a picture, a newspaper there, but that had all the article in it. But they also had the article written, in bigger, in bigger print and everything. So I don't know if you had time to read that or not. But by and large, I started looking at the airline crashes, and especially with that TriStar ring, the two engines on the wing and one in the tail, and they've had a problem with those that has something to do with the thrust bearing on the mounting pods. And I'm sorry, but I still believe the shortage of air traffic controllers will eventually be shown to have played a part in that UPS crash here at Louisville. The Kentucky Air National Guard also flies out of there. And years ago, where that one crash took place, International Harvester used to have a plan. I think it was a foundry there. Anyway, that's all torn down and now part of the airport. But before that, the Air National Guard used to fly jets in and out of their fighter jets, and they'd have tandem takeoffs. And whenever they were taking off one time, I think, I don't know what happened, but anyway, they crashed in the International Harvester plant. So they banned tandem takeoffs, and then when they went to C-130s, there again, the Kentucky Air Guard was shooting touch and goes in Evansville, Indiana. Why, I don't know, but they were, as they were retraining their groups, and that's whenever they ran into the hotel down there in Evansville, because they were the instructors. Somebody didn't know what they were doing. They didn't get high enough, didn't get enough lift, and then they tried to make a bank and come back to the airport, and it lost it. It stalled and crashed in. I think it was the top floor of the Drury Hotel there. So the Air Guard hadn't had a good problem there, but and then also, there was a lot of material around there. And I was thinking they're on Grade Lane at one time. That was J.B. Hunt's terminal. But by and large, I still feel like that the shortage of air traffic controllers there, and looking out of that tower, I don't know how they could miss a plane going down a runway for a takeoff with parts falling off and planes shooting out. I mean, that just, how did they miss that and not tell them to abort the takeoff? I mean,
we've all seen that. At what point, did the flames erupt out of that plane? I guess and I've watched a video from Captain Steve where he was talking about. I guess there is this when you're taking off. There's a point of no return when you reach, because everybody. I was to myself questioning why did they not try to shut the engines down, throw it in, throw the thrusters in reverse to try and keep it from. The aviation guys can do the better job of explaining all that, but they had reached that point of no return, and the speed, once they got to the end of the runway, they had made that decision. We're going to try to get it up and then bring it around. But obviously, that did not come to fruition, sadly.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stayville. All right, 46 to start things off. Warming to 61, Fort Wayne. 44 to 54, Newaygo, Michigan. How about a big shout out to Knucklebuster? And a big shout out to all the veterans out there. Another working Saturday tomorrow. Anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. 48 days till Christmas. Politics as usual. Just get it over with already. Says Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Yeah, we're all kind of sick and tired of this shutdown thing. Come on, your point's been made. Move on already. Oh, and by the way, there was a piece of legislation introduced. I forget who it was this past day, but it was about members of Congress. No pay if the government shut down. You know, while all these so-called government workers are working without pay, apparently House members, Senate members, they get their paycheck, they get their direct deposit right on down the line. He said, why should we get paid if we're not doing our job? It failed. It was blocked. Surprise, surprise. They said, well, we're going to get our paycheck. To hell with everybody else. But all right. Morning, Pappy. What do you say?
What's going on, Steve? Hey, let me ask you a question, man. Why the hell do we got a Congress? Why do we got elected Congress? Why do we got an elected president when these federal judges just want to run the country? And judges that aren't elected, that are appointed.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sound like a democracy republic to me, does it? What the hell, man?
Because everything
what a night, Steve.
Everything the elected leadership's been doing, the majority, the House, the Senate, the president, everything that they try to do is being overturned by the liberal judges. Everything.
That's what I mean. Let's just let them run the country, man. Pack up. Trump, go home. Go back. Go home. Congress, go home. Let the judges run the country. Jeez, oh, Pete, man. Hey, real quick, I know you get to the bottom of the hour. I'll get off here, but I think the point I was trying to make last night, too, reference this whole filibuster thing is, I'm still sticking with Grump. I don't think we should. However, with that said, man, we might be kicking ourselves in the caboose here in a couple years if the Democrats get in, and they do it.
Yep.
And they do stack the courts, and we're going to be like, why didn't we do it when we had the chance? And they just totally destroy this country because that's their goal. So
I think the president yesterday,
But anyway,
he made another post kind of alluding to that. I off the top of my head, something along the lines of the Democrats will eliminate the filibuster in the first hour as soon as they return to power. We have the opportunity to do it now. He's beating the drum.
They're radical. They are more radical now than ever. And so, we'll see. Hang on to your seats. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, Steve. Appreciate you taking the call. Got to go.
All right. Have a good day. I guess I don't know if he's out there working this weekend. I know he's working this past evening. Busy night. Real quick, one thing we do know that this administration has accomplished, which for 4 years the Democrats said it can't be done without Congress. The Republicans keep shutting it down. That is securing the border. Yeah, President said, no, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. And he has. And the border crackdown continues delivering results. The numbers for October marks, again, the lowest number of border crossings in Customs and Border Protection history. First of all, it becomes the 6th straight months where 0 of the crossers have actually been released into the country. 6 months now. Total of 30,561 encounters nationwide, down nearly 80% from October of last year. Of course, the difference is last year of those however many 100,000 or hundreds of thousands, most of them were being released into the country. None of them, 0, that they are encountering are being released into the U.S. This is a no excuses enforcement strategy. Our mission is simple: secure the border, safeguard this nation, according to Border Patrol Commissioner Rodney Scott in a written statement. That is exactly what we're doing. No excuses, no politics, just results delivered by the most dedicated law enforcement professionals in the country. And we're not easing up. We're pushing even harder. During October, agents apprehended about 8,000 migrants who illegally crossed the border between ports of entry. That represents about 258 illegals per day. During the Biden administration's, agents were overwhelmed with an average apprehension rate of more than 5,100 per day. 1 year ago, agents apprehended more than 300 illegal aliens every 4 hours. It could, it can, it is being done. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The Senate is set to vote Friday on a pathway to end the government shutdown. There's talk of moderate Democrats coming to the aid of Republicans to get the country back to work, giving the votes needed to surpass the filibuster 60-vote threshold. But you can't fool Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. This old boy on Fox News Thursday evening says on the vote, it feels like this dog ain't gonna hunt.
Supposedly, we were told today at lunch that we're going to have a vote tomorrow and that the so-called moderate Democrats have come together and they're going to support us. I think they're still stamping their little feet. I don't believe they will support us. And I've never believed any of this stuff. Around here, it's not what you say, it's what you do that shows what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. I think we're going to be shut down at least 10 more days, maybe 2 weeks, maybe longer than that.
Government shutdown headaches continue. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says flights will be reduced by 10% at 40 airports nationwide starting Friday because of the impact of the government shutdown. The list of airports will be impacted are the big guys: LAX, New York LaGuardia, Chicago O'Hare, Phoenix Sky Harbor. Senator Ted Cruz and his opinion on Fox News.
We're seeing ground stops in L.A., in D.C., in Houston. Just a few days ago in Houston, Bush Airport, the line to get through TSA was 2.5 to 3 hours long. And as you know, today the FAA announced the 40 largest airports in America have a mandatory 10% reduction in traffic. That means 1 out of every 10 flights is going to be canceled.
We are America's news network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A regional federal judge is ordering the executive branch of government to pay full November SNAP benefits by tomorrow. The judge in Rhode Island said during Thursday's hearing that, quote, people have gone without for too long, end quote. Vice President J.D. Vance calls the ruling absurd.
It's an absurd ruling because you have a federal judge effectively telling us what we have to do in the midst of a Democrat government shutdown, which what we'd like to do is for the Democrats to open up the government. Of course, then we can fund SNAP, and we can also do a lot of other good things for the American people. But after 30 days of this thing, 40 days of this thing, you're going to start seeing very real travel delays. That's because the Democrat government shut down. You're going to start seeing SNAP benefits run out. That's because the Democrat government shut down. They should stop this charade and open up the government. That's what we want them to do. We've been asking them to do it for 40 days. It's time.
The annual Veterans Day tradition of placing flags at Riverside National Cemetery in California has been canceled because of politics.
Officials with Honoring Our Fallen, an Orange County-based organization, says due to the ongoing federal government shutdown, which has left the cemetery with limited staff. The Press Enterprise says the flag event, which features an honor guard ceremony and thousands of volunteers planting flags, had been set for this weekend. The flags would have been taken down Wednesday after Veterans Day. I'm Sharon Reardon.
In Vegas, Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, ready or not, get ready for a true taste of old man winter. Temperatures, more like mid-December, Christmas time, in many areas by next week. I got a couple of quick moving storms that have been pushing through, but our first widespread round of lake effect snow is about to get underway, as well as snow squalls well away from the lakes. The action of the cold air passing over the warm waters, unleashing lake effect rain and wet snow. Where those bands of snow set up and linger, we could be talking several inches of accumulation. Slippery travel Sunday to Monday, maybe even into Tuesday off Lake Erie in Ontario. Since the incoming cold air will initially contain some moisture, snow may be squeezed out across the mountains and valleys of the Appalachians Sunday into Monday. Even a slushy accumulation along some of the higher ridges, extending as far south as eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. Of course, along with the bands of lake effect snow, is the potential for briefly heavy snow squalls in portions of Ohio, Pennsylvania, western and central New York, and northern West Virginia on Monday. While most of that melts quickly on area roads, it's always that sudden drop in visibility. People at highway speed and all of it can't see in front of me, and multi-vehicle pileups tend to occur under those sort of conditions. Of course, the winds will intensify the cold. Suffice it to say, you're going to need your winter attire coming up early next week. Wind chills plunging into the single digits and teens from portions of the northern plains and the Midwest to the Northeast. For Sunday into Monday, wind chills along much of the Atlantic coast early next week, going to be in the 30s and 40s during the day. A lot of folks haven't seen much cold air yet this year. It's going to be, a shock to the system. Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, you haven't really seen much of anything cold per se. The big contrast Sunday, Monday, your highs only in the 40s and 50s. Get ready for overnight lows dropping into the 20s. Brr. Well, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor, real quick. I guess Vic probably realizes. Hey, there we go. I bet this works better. Vic probably realizes, thanks for taking me back, that the representatives here in Washington, whether it be House members or Senate members, follow pretty much what the Speaker says to do. I mean, he is the grand poopah, as they used to say in the Flintstones there.
You got to toe the line.
The thing is that if they don't follow in step, all of their lobbyists that they have that all have their little pet projects, pet pork things that they want put into bills, if they don't follow along with what the Speaker wants, what he wants, then their projects and their little pet projects and their little pork things will get totally ignored, denied, and forgotten, and then the lobbyists won't work with those, and then the lobbyists work on getting them out of office because they don't accomplish anything. Mm-hmm. And it's all about the lobbyist and what agenda wants to be pushed forward at what time, and so they do. They're lemmings, they're sheep, they're follow the lambs to slaughter, and that's kind of what happens there. So, anyways, and something else I was going to comment on, but hey, you know how it goes at this time of day, Your Honor. We'll let you go on to somebody else there and see what else they can come up with for you.
All right, there. Have a good weekend and enjoy. Again, got the Veterans Day Parade coming up there. 844-844-3388. Is it the Jack of Diamonds?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I've been about 3 years since I've called in. I kind of got messed up with that Yella deal. I worked for USF Holland back then for about 20 years.
Yeah.
And then when Yella did what they did, it was a mess for a while. It ain't fun starting over when you're 60 years old, But I got lucky, found up with a good job again, family, and good benefits, But the thing I'm calling in about tonight, though, is this government shutdown. I was wondering, do you know if any of the Congress or senators have made a motion to forego their pay? I mean, this stuff totally needs to be changed. First off, they should not be able to hold the country hostage and shut down the main arteries of this country, things you need, and because politicians will act like little children because they ain't getting their way. If they shut it down, they ought to not get paid themselves. They're not doing their job. None of them should get paid. It's an embarrassment when they want to cut the money off to the military and air traffic controllers and poor people that really need, assistance. But they sit back and get their own money, their own health care, all that stuff that's funded. That's ridiculous. And something else I'm wondering is, why is a admitted communist allowed to run for office in this country? If you go back in history to the 50s, to the McCarthy trials, which they made him have to be a joke, but they were prosecuting people that were admitted communists. They track them down. I don't know if the laws got changed back then or what, but they're our enemy. They ain't, and these stupid people here, because they've infiltrated this country with so many foreigners, that that's how they get elected. And then some of the liberals, they ain't got common sense at all. Sit there and vote for communists. I don't get it, So, but they're destroying us from within, using our own system against us.
And that's their long-term strategy. These are a very patient people. They're not in a hurry to do anything per se, but they've always said you start at the lower levels. You start at the county commissioners and work your way up to the mayor. Next step, what do you think? Is Mondami next in line to try to run for mayor? We know he can't run for president, at least, but as far as your first question, though, there was a gentleman yesterday that presented that legislation, not paying Congress members. There's been a handful of them in recent days. Senator Kennedy there from Louisiana pushing his plan to halt congressional pay during government shutdown. Apparently, Senator Graham proposed an amendment to withhold congressional pay. Let's see. Fact brief. Are members of Congress getting paid during the government shutdown? Yeah. They are. Since 1983, Congress's pay is funded by a permanent appropriation. Their paychecks are not subject to any sort of annual renewal. Now, we've had at least 20 different lawmakers that have asked to have their pay withheld. Brian Steele of Wisconsin, John Kennedy of Louisiana, and others have introduced legislation to eliminate paychecks for senators and House members during shutdowns. Members of Congress are 174,000 annually. Speaker of the House is 223,005. Senate majority and minority leaders, including the likes of John Thune, earning 193,400. As of 2015, the median net worth of Congress was $1.1 million. We are now rolling into day number 38 of the government shutdown. But today, as we're seeing, we've been hearing this in the news breaks, John Thune telling Republicans this past day he's going to hold a vote that could indeed pave the way to end the shutdown. The plan, he told several apparently, is to bring up the House-passed continuing resolution that they've rejected some 14 times, and then seek to amend it with a new expiration date, likely to be January, as well as supposedly a negotiated package of 3 full-year spending bills. While Thune believes the plan would win the support of enough Democrats to advance, Democrat senators emerged from their private lunch determined to get a better deal. They're expected to block the clean resolution again, absent any additional progress in negotiations. In any case, Senate Republican leaders, they say, are preparing to keep lawmakers in Washington to try and force a resolution. Asked if they were going to break through the weekend, Majority Whip John Barrasso, he said yes. even if an agreement is reached in the coming days, finalizing the deal could take days because you've got procedural hurdles and there will be objections from senators. Ask if they're moving closer to an agreement. Senator Jean Shaheen, the Democrat of New Hampshire, who's been part of the talks, told reporters after the Democrat lunch, she said, I don't know. Chuck Schumer called it a productive meeting. Several Democrats said talks during the lunch were focused on how they're going to remain unified as the latest turn in the shutdown puts a spotlight on Democrat divisions, including by offering the counter-proposal to the Republicans on the 3-year funding bill. I think that's what Kennedy was referencing when you hear these reports about, sounds like we might be able to break through. Some of the moderate Democrats may join the Republicans. Kennedy said, I've heard this song and dance before. All right, we'll find out later in the day. But Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, said, we have to stay unified. Yeah, we had a good conversation about how to do that. Everybody's got to toe the party line, right?
One of the most exciting classes in the NTPA are without a doubt the CM Pulling Tires Mini Modifieds. With 16 hooks on the 2025 schedule, the battle went the distance. Literally. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The season started the first Friday in June and went until mid-September, with the top 4 minis all finishing within 6 points in the season-long battle. At the end of the day, Adam Kester took home the title piloting Footloose with an average finish of 6th throughout the long season. Of his 15 hooks on the season, Adam took home 3 wins: the season and opening hook in Hutchinson, Chapel Hill midway through the season, and Napoleon, Ohio in the latter third of the year. 8 top 5 finishes, including the second hook in Hutchinson, Farley, Rockwell, Wauseon, Ohio, and to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off. At the end of the year, Adam tugged the NTPA sled over 4,300 feet, which was 300 feet further than second place Iron Toy of Adam Bauer. With 29 tractors chasing the points title in 2025, staying on top all season was no easy task. But Adam was there all season minus a short setback after the hook in Wellington, Ohio. With such a large class, consistency was the name of the game for Adam. With 15 hooks, staying in the top 10 is what propelled Footloose to the title. However, he didn't always get the finishes he was aiming for. In Toma, he earned a 12th, which was the same result he got on the second night of pulling in Chapel Hill, only 1 day after taking the win. The worst finish of the season came late in the year with only 4 hooks remaining, when a 19th at Bowling Green was all Adam could get for the Footloose. But the last 2 hooks with a third and a second locked up the title. Rounding out the top 10 in the modified minis were Iron Toy with Adam Bauer, tied for second with Short Fused and Lindsey Campbell. In fourth, Jeff Hurt and Little Bear. Fifth went the veteran puller Ken Vinny and his funny little Farmall. Sixth was Slingshot, piloted by Adam Arnett. Taking seventh was Adam Kester's second machine, Walk the Line. In eighth on the Grand National Tour was Adam Kester's third machine he calls Beast of Burden. Jeff Hurt kept his second mini in the top 10 with B-Bear, and rounding out the top 10 was Renee Theobald and Pretty Wicked. Congratulations to Adam Kester on the championship in this always growing field. One thing is for sure, the rest of the teams will be spending a lot of time in the shop and on the dyno working to take him down in 2026. You can keep up with everything NTPA at ntpapoll.com and watch NTPA Championship polling every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern on RFD TV, where you can relive some of the best hooks of the 2025 season. If you're looking for that perfect holiday gift for the polling fan in your life, make sure you stop by shopntpa.com. Get shirts, collectibles, and other polling gifts now. shopntpa.com. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hey, how about a shout out to Norman, North Central Kansas. No load this morning, looking like a load for maybe Saturday. Then it's off to Colorado. We're headed to the mountains for Thanksgiving. Maybe staying until after Thanksgiving. Can't find anybody to fill in for me, so it looks like the Big Tipper may be off duty. All right, everybody have a good weekend. Hey, maybe we'll check in from Colorado come Monday morning. There you go. Hey, Rubber Duck, what's been happening?
I think I'm in the right city, going to the right city today. Oh, boy. So, Wednesday, the boss says, I got some cars going to Kalamazoo, and loaded them, nice 3 miles from the shop right there in town. And I truck up to Kalamazoo, pull in and unload and put the cars where they're supposed to be, walk in, hand them the keys, and everybody's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, well, I had cars for you. You had one going back down the road. Oh, okay, well, they take keys and they give me the one going back down the road. I get back in the truck and I look at the phone and got a missed call. It's the wholesale lady. She says, hey, where are you? I said, sitting in the parking lot. She says, no. She says, you're not there. I said, well, tell her to look out the front window. She can't miss me. It's big, white, red, and 75 foot long, sitting right in front of the parking lot.
Right.
She says, they don't have a parking lot you can fit in. I said, they do in Kalamazoo. She says, well, you're supposed to be in Kokomo. So the boss, in all his glory of being down there in Florida vacating and playing golf and everything, misread the text message Tuesday night for Kokomo, put Kalamazoo in a work order.
Uh-oh.
Jeffy gets a dispatch ticket and goes to Kalamazoo. so then I get back, and he's got cars that need to come down to Indy. And the dealers want to be comedians, and they want to take a GMC Terrain SUV and turn it into a 2500 Denali pickup truck. And then the next guy wants to take a Chevy Colorado pickup truck and turn it into an F-350 diesel. I was like, somebody's not shipping a truck today to go to Indy because I still got all these cars to go to Kokomo.
Wow.
I've literally been running since Wednesday morning. I counted it up. I only had 5 cars on the truck at a single given time, and right now I got 4. I have touched 26 cars to get to this point. Just want to start the weekend get a pile of skull busters and go see if we can make a dent in it.
Wow.
And I'm just laughing. I can't get mad. He's the boss. He's allowed to make a mistake. I mean, we won't talk about the mistakes that Jeffy's made and all the headaches that he's given the boss and his wife. And I'm still here, so thank God for my little itty bitty union that supports me. But no, it's getting cold. You can tell it's getting colder. You got the long johns on in the morning, and you got to take them off by about 9 o'clock, so you're not sweating. You got the air conditioner on, and yeah, it's that time of year. But
I'm thinking you might be done. You'll be done with the AC come early next week. Well, at least for a few days, anyway.
Well, not if I need my defroster.
Okay.
Because it even with the AC off, even with the AC off, it runs through that defroster. And
yeah.
Found that the hard way when I broke one of the AC lines in the middle of winter. I was scraping ice off the inside of the windshield. I couldn't believe that. But I just want to thank my friends down here at it used to be the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio Regional Council of Carpenters, but now it's the Midwestern American Carpenters, and they don't say union on their sign anymore. So I want to thank the union boys for giving me a load of cars to go home. And I'll let you're out of time. Have a great weekend. God bless everybody. And get your snow shovels and your ice scrapers out. You're going to need them Monday morning. Buckaroo.
All right. Yeah, some will. I don't think we need to break the shovels out. Not here. But they're in some of those, I don't know, in the lake effect areas. Will it be enough to shovel? Yeah, most of it should be melting pretty quick as it hits the asphalt. But, you know how those lake effect snow bands can set up. Yeah, it can come down heavy in fairly short order. But, yeah, as far as the cold is concerned, I just get ready. Utility bill season skyrocketing is knocking on the door. You get a couple months of a break in the fall, right? And then, boom, here it comes, heating season. But with that, thank you very much. Been a very interesting week. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your greatest day of the week. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour for a Sunday night into a Monday morning. Kick off a new week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.